Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second day of our conference on climate change and bioethics. Yesterday, we received a lot of good talks with some very relevant information, background information on these topics, connecting climate change with social and ethical questions and issues, raised a lot of questions. Today, the main focus will be on ethical reflection on these kinds of facts and the situation that we find ourselves in. And to kind of begin the day by raising our minds out of their usual ruts, we have a poet and a writer who has received many awards for his excellent work. He's an Icelandic writer and documentary film director, Andri Snær Magnason. His books include On Time and Water, Dreamland, Casket of Time, LoveStar, and the Story of the Blue Planet, and more. One thing Andri has on his resume is that in 2016 he ran for President of the Republic of Iceland, which is pretty much like the King of Sweden, but you can't run for that office. So, and he ran based on environmental issues, obviously. So it was a shame that he didn't. He came in third. He received a lot of votes, but ended up. He probably wouldn't be here if he was president. So I guess we could be thankful for that. But anyway, I'm looking very much forward to hearing Andri Snær's talk today. It's about the bridge between. Right. Yeah, well, let's call it a perspective of time. I'll call it that for now, but then let Andri speak for himself. Andri Snær, yes, well.
Yeah. Yes. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Hi. Nice to meet you. So I'm going to talk about time and water, and maybe about language. So I had this talk with a climate scientist in Potsdam, and he asked me, why don't you write about climate change? And I had been writing about landscape and nature in Iceland, and I said, I don't feel like I have authority. I'm not a scientist, I don't have the data, and he says, but he said, I collect the data, but I'm not a storyteller. And people don't understand data, they understand stories. And if you don't find confidence in understanding my data and weaving it into stories, then my data search is actually for nothing, because my data is intended for you. And it's not my personal cause, it's you, it's your planet and your society. So I started to think about these issues, and I'm not a journalist, I'm not a biologist, I come from writing, poetry, language. And I was very soon seeing that the issue is larger than language. And I can take an example. In the year 2100, we expect the pH level of the world oceans to drop from 8.1 to 7.7. And that is the greatest change in the world oceans for 50 million years. I just said this. Almost every single word that I said is meaningless. There is 2100 is culturally meaningless for most of the ruling generation. Most of my friends think that 1970 was 30 years ago. And I think in a very subconscious way, most people that were in Glasgow, I haven't seen any research, somebody can do the research, but I think they feel like 2050 is after 50 years. And 2100 is always after 100 years, at least. So 2100 is meaningless. Blade Runner took place in the year 2019. That was the furthest people in the 80s could imagine into the future. The pH level, pH 8.1 to 7.7. How can I tell somebody that 0.3, 0.4 is the biggest imaginable change that they will ever witness? It's impossible to scale up the pH level in most people's minds that don't have a mathematical background. And then 50 million years, I could just as well say 50 gazillion or 50 quadrillion. It just is total nonsense, 50 million. Nobody really can imagine 50 million years. But to imagine that a single human being born today, becoming not as old as my grandmother, but as old as my father, is seeing a bigger change in the world oceans than not all the generations of man before us, but 10 times the evolution of humanity since we find these footsteps 5 million years old in Kenya. That is a phenomenal change that is larger than anything. So that's why, in a way, the issue blows up even the language. So we are in a paradigm shift. How do you switch this thing? Do I press? How do I make the slides move? I'm a Macintosh man. Like this, I found it. Okay, so you can't use the arrows. Yes, you can use. So in the end, we conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. And my kind of first encounter with time was when I was working in the Andri Magnason Institute in Reykjavik in Iceland. They preserve the oldest manuscripts of Nordic mythology. And I was starstruck that I could actually read these texts that were written in the year 1200, and they actually resonated with me still. And I was reading something somebody wrote 800 years ago, and I thought that was kind of astonishing. How can you can see, deyr fé deyja frændur, deyr sjálfur sama, en orðstýr deyr aldrei, hveim sér góðan getur. And I was thinking, if the manuscript is halfway in its lifetime, if it has half of its life left, when will it still be out there in what year? 2800. Yeah, and it was almost unimaginable to imagine how can you decide to preserve something. You know, will somebody understand it? Will somebody relate to it? Will the language still be there? Quite unlikely. So I was a bit torn that year. This was my first indoor summer's job, and they were very bad at marketing in the institute. So I spent the whole summer alone with this manuscript, which is kind of the primal source of Nordic mythology. This is where Wagner, Tolkien, Marvel Comics have been seeking their inspiration. The same year I was almost going another direction in my life, because I had been invited to help my Uncle John. He was a biologist. John Thorbjarnason grew up in America, but my mother's half-brother. And he had invited me to come, I was like 23, to come and do the primal research on the mating habits of the anaconda snake in the Amazon. So we're supposed to go through the swamps, capture the anacondas, not alone, but wrestle them maybe 2 or 3 together, put them in a bag, and drive with them to the local maternity ward, where they would ultrasound and see how many snakes they had in their bodies. And then we were supposed to go to... Then we, yeah. Yeah, then we were supposed to go. Then we were supposed to go to the Amazon and help him do a protection program on the areas of the Cayman crocodiles. So capture these crocodiles on canoes in the night, and this was of course very exciting. But then I was expecting a child, so it wasn't kind of the first thing you say to your girlfriend. Toodaloo, I'm going to capture some crocodiles. But there was something else in the basement that was even more inspiring. They had like 2,000 hours of folklore recordings that had been done in Iceland from like 1903 to 1970, because Iceland had been very isolated for almost the most of its history. and we had still traces of culture in families that could be traced back to medieval times of oral tradition of singing, storytelling. And I put these microphones on my ears, and I was listening to these old ladies for this whole summer as well.
Bárður Björgúlfsson, Björgúlfur Hringsson, Hringur Hreiðarsson, Hreiðar Garðsson, Garður Gunnarsson, Gunnar Refsson, Refur Ráðfinnsson, Ráðfinnur Kollsson, Kolur Kjörvaldsson, Kjörvaldur Bjórsson, Bjór Brettingsson, Brettingur Hakason.
So I was listening to these old women. This one was born 1888, singing something she learned from her grandmother that was born 1824, that she knew that she had learned from her grandmother that was born 1765. So I was thinking like a single person can carry memory of more than 200 years. And I was thinking how something goes from being common to becoming rare, to becoming unique, and suddenly folklorists are running around the country looking for the trace of this last old lady that remembers a fragment of something that was the most popular thing in the 1850s or something. So I was thinking of the treasuries that I had around myself in my own family, and how soon this common knowledge of my grandparents would become scarce, forgotten, rare. And if I would just randomly collect some memories of my own grandparents in my own collection, how soon that would become something that was unique and special, because this generation went through one of the biggest changes maybe any human being can expect to go through. So talking to my grandmother when she was sent from home 8 years old to babysit in another town 500 kilometers away. Like an 8-year-old sent away to babysit. It was like, for me, it was like a totally another universe. The life of my grandfather that caught, raised everything that they ate in their family versus my culture of going to the supermarket. So my grandfather, he ate everything that ran, swam, or flew, except humans, he said. And then my third grandfather, that he was used in the annual race. He lost his father when he was 11, and he was used in the annual, and he bought a camera because he started working 11 years old, so he could buy himself a camera very soon. And he was used at the annual races to evaluate who won the race. So he was at the finishing goal to snap a picture. And so I was just randomly gathering these things, and also like the insight into the role of women, and how my grandmother, which was a role model, how she was one of the first. She was one of the first Icelandic women to fly, and how you could see when you go through a paradigm shift, when you are going through a big cultural change, that you also go against language itself. So in Icelandic, fæddur is the masculine of being born, while fædd without the is to be born as a woman. So when she gets her flying license, they have to mark out to show that, because you were not expected to be born to fly as a woman. And then she got to know my grandfather, and they were their honeymoon was one of the primal trips of the Icelandic Glacial Research Society. So they went to measure and map Vatnajökull Glacier, and this was also like a pioneering trip for a woman to take. And so I was just kind of randomly gathering this, and when they were measuring and mapping the glacier in the 50s, the glaciers were in the context of eternity. That is, the glaciers had always been there, and they expected them always to be there. And then I interviewed my grandfather in America. He moved, that is, he left my grandmother in Iceland and went to America and got another family, but he became chief surgeon of the New York hospital. And one of his patients was this one here, Oppenheimer, the father of the nuclear bomb. And when I was interviewing him, it was shortly after I thought for sure that our world would be destroyed by the nuclear bomb. So I was kind of starstruck that my grandfather had actually met the person that was maybe the most iconic mythological character of the 20th century, that not like a king or a tyrant, but a person that basically changed the law of power of humans versus the planet, because never before had humans the ability to press a button and basically destroy the whole universe. So I asked him, in mythology, Prometheus went to the highest mountain and came out with fire and gave it to humans and was punished by an eagle that gnawed out his liver, while Oppenheimer went into the smallest material, came out with something greater than a volcano, and created fire gods out of the leaders of the world. So I asked my grandfather, did he see something when he was on the operating table, and he said he looked exactly like the image of Christ in his childhood church in the West Fjords of Iceland. And I went to take a photo of this image, and he wasn't so far off. So I was just randomly collecting all these things and starting to write my own stories. But so I was kind of thinking that my grandfather actually met a person that had made a new line in not in history, but in geology. That is because many people or many scientists or groups of scientists have wanted to mark the beginning of the Anthropocene with the Trinity explosion. So I was starting with my writing of children's books and poetry and all these things, but then things started to go quite wrong in Iceland. And suddenly, as a citizen, many of us were in the role of activism. That is, instead of just living stably in a society where things were working kind of according to how you want things to go, suddenly we had to step up and fight for things. So this is the greatest nesting place of pink-footed geese in the world. So a whole species, the pink-footed geese, has this nesting place, about 10,000 geese, just under the foot of Hofsjökull, which is a glacier in the center of Iceland. And our government wanted to build a dam, flood this entire area, and make electricity to sell to an aluminum smelter. So one aluminum smelter uses energy like 1 million people. And they were going to destroy this area, and it would employ some 100 jobs, because it would not be enough for the whole smelter. A whole smelter uses like 600 megawatts of energy, but this dam was like only 150 megawatts. So they were going to destroy a whole species, or the habitat of a whole species, not for even a full smelter, but like 1/4 of an aluminum smelter. And this was like in the early 2000s, and I was like, we are in the future, you know. Haven't you watched all the Attenborough documentaries? Haven't you looked at what happened to the planet during the 20th century? Are you really going to do this? And I felt like nothing that I could write was equally important as protecting an area like this. So lots of artists joined this effort, and there again you were hit by the language. So we were told, well, this is clean energy, this is hydropower, and we need to save the planet. But not taking into effort into that in America they throw away aluminum in cans that could renew the total air fleet 4 times a year. So only a legislative change in America would save 10 times more energy than just the whole habitat of pink-footed geese. And then we were faced by this language thing. We could not say the area was beautiful. We could not say that geese have rights for themselves or something. We had to say, oh, this area might be good for tourism. It could be a good national park, and people might want to go there and buy hotel rooms and goods and small stuffed geese, and that could be good for the economy. Or we could say, oh, this would be an excellent place for Obi-Wan Kenobi in the next Star Wars movie, and that would make lots of revenue. Or we could say this is having the greatest nesting place of pink-footed geese is very good for the brand of Iceland. So even though if nobody knows it, this brand value can add a certain amount to the value of everything that we produce in Iceland. So it was like when you're in the Soviet Union or you know somebody from the Soviet Union, you understand that that person is in a regime. He's restricted of what he can talk. And suddenly I was thinking, why can I only say, talk in words of marketing, economy? Why can I not speak about nature in any other way? Why could I not even say, I'm sorry guys, but this area is holy. This is holy ground. This is sacred. This is untouchable, because if you touch this, something terrible will happen, like every tribe has been able to say throughout human history. So in terms of language, it's easy in Icelandic to see how paradigm shifts and language are connected. So like when we were still under the religion of the Nordic mythology, the heathen gods, there was a strict rule of how you could speak. So if a poet was making a poem, he did not say heaven, he said dwarf's helmet. He did not say earth, he spoke about the bride of Odin. Those were the rules of poetry. You did not name things exactly, but you named things in reference to the mythological universe. So then they became Christian, these poets. And how do you make a poem about the new Christ if the language forces you to talk about creator of heaven and earth as the creator of dwarf's helmet and Odin's bride? It made no sense. It was a total contradictory. And it took like 100 years for them to kind of create a new mythology to be able to talk about God without having the whole legacy of Nordic mythology within the language saturated when they were trying to talk. In the year 1809, this person here, a crazy Danish guy, came to Iceland, Jørgen Jørgensen, and he was with English soap merchants, and he was very inspired by the French Revolution. That is, he had grown up in the waves of the French Revolution in Europe, and they had a dispute with the local authorities in Iceland. They locked up the local Danish authorities. He was made temporary ruler of Iceland in 1809, and he made a declaration of independence for Iceland. So 1809, Iceland became independent one summer, and his declaration looked something like this. The 1st of July, 1810, we will then resign. That is, he was the temporary ruler. Then he would resign when a proper constitution had been made. And the poor and common people should have an equal share in the government with the rich and powerful. For us, this seems like something that we all want. It seems like some kind of a natural longing of every single human being to belong to a democracy. But in the year 1809, this was total nonsense. That is, when I was in school, I learned that we wanted to be free for 600 years. But in 1809, we were given freedom. We were given a constitution. But the problem is, this was the first time the concepts of the French Revolution were translated into Icelandic. So this was not only the first time people were hearing these concepts, like this bizarre, crazy idea that the poor servant that has never, that is obviously stupid, uneducated, unliteral, unable to think for himself, should have equal share with the noble priest and this honorable nobleman that owns all the land. How stupid is that to give equal power to these people? It was just total nonsense, totally absurd. And people called this man, because we didn't have a name for anything but king, so we called them, we didn't have the name prime minister, we didn't have any of these names of elected leaders, so we called them Jørgen, the king of the dog days. So this So it wasn't until 1918, so the people that understood these words, the people that understood democracy and kind of understood the ideology, those people are the national heroes of Iceland in our current history, and these people were born 1809, even 1811, and even when they had reached their own middle age in the 1850s and 60s, these ideas were still radical for the people of that time. So it took like 100 years for this nonsense of the poor and common to have an equal share to become common sense. And of course, it hasn't been perfectly implemented even yet. Max Planck says that a new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. And that is something that we can see with the Copernicus theory. That is something we can see with how long it took us to become a democracy from the ideas initially spoken until we became a democracy. At a similar time in history, women got the right to vote. And you would also think that a woman understands that she is equal to a man. But that again took 100 years, even though the voters were equally women and men. It wasn't until last year or the year before that we finally had an equally elected parliament. That was again 100 years. An excellent example of paradigm shifts in language is in Iceland, where we have this house here where Reagan and Gorbachev met and marked the end of the Soviet Union and all the language and all the system and hierarchy that came with communism. The house next door is the house of Kaupthing Bank. That was the third biggest bankruptcy in capitalist history. So I always thought it was beautiful to live in a place and having not reached middle age at that time in 2008, to have seen two huge ideologies with all the rhetorics and infrastructure and educational systems collapse kind of within your lifetime. So I was lying here in this bush between there, and I was thinking, what's next? Okay, this is behind us. Where are we going from here? Because in a paradigm shift, you are part of the change or you are hit by the change. And that's why new words come in, like the word ocean acidification. Ocean acidification. This is a completely new word. This is as new in our culture as the word democracy was in the year 1809. This word was mentioned in Icelandic newspapers once in the year 2006. On page 10, it was not like a front page headline. It was mentioned once in 2007. It was never mentioned in 2008. We were busy in the bank crash. And then it was twice mentioned in 2009. So how often do you need to mention a word until it has meaning? I would say until 2009, it's totally meaningless within the culture, and it's not even in the headlines. It's just somewhere in a long article somewhere. So basically, ocean acidification is kind of global warming's evil twin. It's about the fact that about 30% of the global emissions end in the world oceans. And this is a graph made by scientists. This is not my opinion. This is just something that ocean scientists are measuring north of Iceland and elsewhere in the world. And this graph, only this graph, that is, if global warming was not happening, if glacial melting was not taking place, if change in weather patterns and frost and permafrost and all that was not happening, if only this was happening, it would be enough to be a paradigm shift. That is, this would be enough for the whole human race to say, oh shit, we thought we were doing good. We have found out that what we're doing is not correct, or not only practically correct, but ethically correct, because nobody has the right to basically alter the pH of the world oceans by 0.3, because everybody that knows biology knows that an organism is extremely sensitive to change in the pH. Only 0.1 in the human body makes or break for or if we live or die. So suddenly we have things like argonite saturation, and have to understand concepts that normally you don't have to understand in your daily life, because we can't understand everything that everybody's trying to understand everywhere in all academia, but suddenly something rises up and becomes something that the common person needs to know. and suddenly argonite saturation means that the ocean is going from being an ocean that wants to give the material to shell-building animals to becoming an ocean that wants to receive the material of shell-building animals. That is, instead of building shells, it becomes an ocean that dissolves shells. And that is a completely different ocean. That's not just a gradually more difficult ocean to live in, it's just a flip of what kind of ocean we're talking about. So again, this is a paradigm shift. That is, this means, and if we were totally rational, it would mean we would just take the handbrakes and say, these 100 things are not possible anymore. Now we put all our effort, resources, and work into fixing that as soon as possible before we restart things. But in a strange way, it seems to take us 100 years to understand concepts. But the problem is we don't really have 100 years to understand this one. And the next generation doesn't have time to wait for us to die so they can start changing things. So I was in the middle of these thoughts when I got this strange phone call and I was offered to interview the Dalai Lama. And I thought first it was a phone prank, and I said, I'm Christian, I have to call the Pope and ask for permission. But then they called me the next day and asked me what did the Pope say, and I said, he said, Amen. So I went to Dharamsala to meet the Dalai Lama, and I was wondering, what can you ask a person that has reincarnated 14 times? You know, it has to be a super intelligent question, like, how was your 7th life compared to your 9th life? Have you ever fallen in love? Or how many lives did it take to stop falling in love? You know, like, what can I ask somebody like this? And I was thinking of mythology again, of course, because he's kind of a mythological person. He's like one of the very true mythological persons that are living on this earth. And I was thinking of the beginning of life in Nordic mythology, kind of one of the most strange myths that I can remember from the Eddas. So the world started with a cow, Humla, or the Humla of prosperity, and it was a frozen cow. So in the beginning of the time, there was nothing, and then came the frozen cow. And it sounds like a whispering game that went wrong. It sounds like some misunderstanding, like through languages and continents, it ended up in a manuscript in Iceland as this bizarre idea of the beginning of life. But then it makes sense as we are an Indo-European nation, and with these sacred cows in India, and of course in Hinduism they have this world cow, Kamadhenu, and the legs of the cow, the foundations of Kamadhenu, are symbolized as the Himalayas. So I was thinking, yeah, this is interesting. This world cow of ours has a sister in Hinduism. And if you go to Nepal, you'll find the great section, the Nepal section of the Great Himalaya Trail ends in Humla at the border with Tibet. And there you will find Mount Kailas. And from Mount Kailas come the 4 great rivers of Asia, the Indus, the Ganga, the Brahmaputra. And the source of the Ganga in another place in the Himalayas is called Gomukh, and that means the mouth of the cow. And that is a glacial tongue. And I was like, of course, it makes total sense. A frozen cow as a source of life makes total sense as a metaphor for what a glacier does in the Himalayas and in most mountainous regions in the world, because a glacier is better than, it's not just releasing water, it's better than water, it's scraping the bedrock, and it comes milky white, and it's the best fertilizer that you can get for your field. It's scraped into almost like nanoparticles. It's like excellent nutrient for your fields, and it replenishes them naturally every year. And the glacier keeps the water when it's abundant and actually damaging and harmful, and then it gives it to you when you need it the most during the dry and season. So even where glaciers are not maybe even 50% of the water, they can be 100% of the water during the most fragile times of the year. So there I had a question to ask His Holiness.
We're born from mother. ultimately, I think we're born from cow. According to your myth. But even cow, okay, it's very compassionate cow. Magic cow.
Magic cow.
Magic cow.
Yeah. So he just made fun of me as he thought I was representing some cow cult in the north. But the conversation went into a more kind of rational place.
Worry already, now there is clear sign to develop that kind of worry. And then inside Tibet, according to many people, now the many century-old glacier now reducing, and temperature also increasing. Many scientists, many ecologists give sort of prediction now within next 20, 30 years, some major rivers reduce, some river may dry. Before that, because of a lot of melting snow, so the more flood, then eventually dry. So very, very serious. Usually I have the feeling, and also telling people, unless we take special care, if present sort of tendency go continuously, then in next generation, I think over billion human beings' life then get that threatening, because the major rivers in whole Asia, which cover whole Asia, from China up to Pakistan, the major rivers come from Tibetan Plateau. So if the worldwide people pay more attention about some sort of effort, I think this warming can be a little postponed. So it is very, very serious. Now this is the question of not just this a few people or few countries, but this is a question of whole world. So 6 billion human beings, whether you survive or not, depend on that. If whole world become desert, then everybody have to go. I think nobody wants that. And I think morally speaking, and also I think practically or morally speaking even, unless we take, the fullest sort of precaution, our children, grandchildren, they will face immense sort of consequences.
So suddenly I find the holy cow in this eureka moment, but at the same time, it seems like the holy cow is dying. And once somebody asked me, and I found it was almost like magical. It was like, wow, I found the holy cow, and then, oh my God, what's happening there? And you know, how do you talk about 1 billion people in the most fragile states of the world, vulnerable nuclear states? If something happens there in terms of water scarcity, droughts, floods, like we're seeing in Pakistan, how long do things go until states start to fail and real war and turmoil starts? And I was also asking myself about rationality, because the outcome of a rational system, rational governments, science, universities, business, engineering, design, the outcome of this rational system is not rational. It's totally irrational. In hindsight, it would have been more rational if we believed every other river was sacred and there was a spirit in the lake and we should not go there. So sometimes somebody asked me, why did you write the book? And I said, I got a revelation from the holy cow. And she told me I needed to tell the world she was in trouble. Not rational, but who is rational? So in this suddenly glacial science that also was like a marginal science, that was just something for the few people that liked glacial science could entertain themselves with, while others were doing other things. Suddenly glacial science also becomes something relevant to all humans actually, and to the democratic kind of public of people that want to understand. And so the glacial trips that my grandparents took in the 50s collected valuable data that can be used now against weather forecasts and climate data to see how the Icelandic glaciers will largely be lost within this century, and before somebody is born today, becoming as old as my grandmother became, these largest entities on the highlands of Iceland will be lost. And this is happening in a similar rate to glaciers everywhere in the world at a very similar rate. And there we come to a problem. How do we understand 2100, 2120, 2160? So I sat in the kitchen with my grandmother, and I was asking, when is someone still alive that you will love? So I sat with my grandmother and my daughter that carries her name, and we were calculating, when do you become as old as grandmother? And my daughter did the calculations. She was 12, and she was like, whoa, 2104. I was like, imagine that. If you have her clear mind, you might be sitting in this same house. Maybe you'll buy the house and renovate it. You might be sitting in this same house, and maybe you get a visit from your favorite, maybe not even 10-year-old, maybe your favorite 20-year-old. You know, like a fully mature, beautiful young human being. Imagine a 20-year-old comes to visit, even a 25-year-old, somebody born 2080. The first person that understands you, because your children will misunderstand you, but then your grandchildren will understand you. That's kind of how it goes. And they will want to listen to your stories, and they will see you in this big magical light like children see grandparents. So imagine a 20-year-old comes for a visit, somebody born 2080. When is that person still remembering you as her or his greatest influence in your life? Just if that person becomes 90. She does the calculation, 2170. And I say, imagine that. You can ask your grandmother to whisper a secret to you. You can keep that secret. Don't tell me the secret. You can pass that secret on in the year 2100 to this 20-year-old and ask this person to promise to keep the secret and tell it out loud in the year 2170. And it's possible in the year 2020-something to personally decide something that will happen in the year 2170 without ever having that written down. Just passing that through one single human being. So we are totally disconnected from the future culturally, and maybe that is our big ethical dilemma, is that we know what is happening. We know what is happening only in the lifetime of children of today. So I put this plaque with some scientists on the first glacier Iceland lost to climate change, and we wrote, this monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did it. So we could say, for example, that we understand gravity. That is, I know that if I put a piano outside a window and I drop it and it falls on somebody's head, I can't claim that I didn't do it because it was some gravity that brought the piano down to earth. It's absurd. And I dropped it, and the event happened after I was gone, like 30 seconds later. I could never claim that. But in a strange way, we know that we are causing immense damage to people 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or even currently, as we see climate change already happening. But we pretend that we don't know about this gravity, that the cause and effects of our events. And it's almost staggering when you look at, for example, we have an excellent metaphor now from the corona crisis, that is where the medical science had this kind of power in the community to basically overturn our lives. So if you talk to somebody and you ask them, how did your life change for corona? They name like, social distancing, vaccines, testings, didn't go to school, Zoom hell for 2 years, didn't travel, didn't go to weddings, funerals. You know, just the trouble people went through is unimaginable, or would have been unimaginable before we entered that phase. And then you ask people, do you agree global warming is a more serious existential threat to us? And how did your life change after the last IPCC report? Just name me the 10 main things that changed your life. And people are like, yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, just between the 3rd and the 5th IPCC report, like just the 20 biggest changes, you know, things that you really miss, that you can't do anymore, because you're trying to fix things for the next generation. Yeah. And then they're like, oh yeah, I know one thing. I want one thing. My uncle, he bought a Tesla. And I'm like, okay. So that's the biggest sacrifice you can find of your uncle upgrading his vehicle. So it's kind of obvious that the science of climate biology, that field, has nothing close to the authority of, for example, medical science when it comes to influencing policy and public behavior. So 2160, that is not sci-fi, it's not Hunger Games. It's just the intimate future of someone that we will know and love. And we are currently not organizing our society to expect a stable, sane Earth in that time. Takk fyrir.
Thank you very much, Andri. I think we will let this sit until we have the panel discussions, because of we need to keep pace with the break and everything. It's very tempting to allow a few questions, but I know it will be impossible to have a discussion for only 2 minutes. It will have to be longer than that. But we will have ample time during the panel to have a conversation. Yeah, if you're anything like me, this presentation is extremely powerful. Our next speaker will talk about bioethics and moral changes. His talk is entitled How to Make Ecocide Ethics Relevant to the Unbearably Privileged. And our speaker is M.Th. Gjerris, and he is an associate professor in bioethics, section for consumption, bioethics and governance at the Department of Food and Resource Economics at the Faculty of Science at the University of Copenhagen. His research focuses on the relationship between humans and nature with regard to climate change, biotechnology, food production, animal ethics, etc. So without further ado, M.Th., please.
Thank you. Where do I change slides? Sorry, where do I change the slides? I'm also using another brand. The arrows, okay, yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the presentation. I should perhaps add, as sort of honest disclosure, I'm a theologian by training, but I think that most theologians in Denmark end up being priests, but I think both the church and I felt we needed some distance. So I ended up at the Faculty of Science for some reason. Okay, let's get started. I have about 22 minutes, and I have a very complicated argument to make, and this isn't changing. There. First disclaimer. I'm a bioethicist, and I have given up what I find to be a peculiar Swedish idea about ethics in academia, which is that it is neutral. That you sort of go and say, oh, you can think that and you can think that, but I think nothing. I do. I have a million opinions on a million stuff, and I take it into my research. So there will be a lot of normativity. I will not just describe things, I will actually judge them. I don't have any real answers or solutions, I'm very sorry, but I have some thoughts, I think at least, on where to look for them. But it's also to say that if there is a sort of distinction between academic philosophical inquiry and then existential longing as a human being, I probably cross it, and I apologize if you find that troublesome, but I have kept my job for 20 years, so I think to some extent it's okay. Because I find the most relevant task for anyone these days, and especially us who are hired by the public, to have time to actually think about what it's like to be a human being. We have to give some kind of answer to the question, how do you maintain your sanity while you're witnessing an ecocide? So that's the basic idea here. I'll very briefly, because I am in academia, spend some time on saying what we know, because I have to show you that we share knowledge, and I can't really go into all the details, but we need to do that. I also spent a short time telling you what it is we are doing and have been doing with this knowledge since 1972. Again, there's a million references I could throw at you. I'll just show you a few examples, and then I'll try to spend most of the time on where to go. But what we know is that climate change is here, it's going on, it's man-made. We've seen a lot of slides yesterday and today of sort of particular phenomena right now that can worry you. We just saw about the acidification of the oceans. Half of humanity is in the danger zone, says the UN Secretary General, whom I have a hard time sort of seeing as some sort of stoned eco-hippie, right? I actually think what he says should carry some weight. And in PNAS recently, a paper was published by Kemp et al. On the climate endgame, saying that it's time we begin looking at what will happen if temperature rises 3 to 4 degrees. Because it might not be likely, but it could happen. We are killing off the species of the planet. We are in the middle of the 6th mass extinction, according to biology. We are losing species at the same rate as when the dinosaurs went extinct. Again, numbers can be discussed and so on, but the image of being in a mass extinction and being responsible for it, and then saying, oh yeah, but where should we go on holiday? It's amazing to me. So we live in the Anthropocene, concept that can mean a lot of things, actually, but which I take to mean that we live in an age where human beings have the power to decide the future of all other living species on the planet. So this we know, right? This is sort of science, right? The question is then, what have we done with this knowledge? What do we do? Well, in 1972, in this country, in Stockholm, where I was yesterday when I flew here, and the irony of this does not escape me, the Stockholm Declaration was made, the first international global agreement on the environment. The report of the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, and the conference ended up in principles and sort of decisions and so on, and very beautiful words around how humanity should take care of the environment for the sake of humans. I've recently written a paper with Steffen Foss Hansen from the Danish Technical University and some other people on this declaration, what's in it, and what has happened with the goals that was in it. And that was actually rather saddening, because it turns out that all the ideas 50 years ago of what we need to do now didn't really come to anything. But we had the Brundtland Report in 1987, and sort of a common idea of what is a sustainable future, which is, very famously, a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Two very interesting things about this definition. One is that we obviously only have to concern ourselves with humans. It's anthropocentric, true and true. The rest of the universe is sort of a gray matter, a resource we can use, whereas humans are ethically important and we need to take care of them. The other very interesting thing is that they didn't really go into what is a need. And our culture is a culture that is an expert in finding new preferences and then coming up with an explanation for why they can be seen as needs, and needs you can't really postpone, right? I need to breathe. You can't take that away from me. I need a new car. I need a new iPhone. I need a new watch. I need a new dress. I need. So as long as we don't have a critical discussion of this need, we won't get anywhere, and we haven't gotten anywhere since the Brundtland report. But we've made more beautiful words. We have the global sustainability goals. Very interesting philosophically to go into them and see how they sort of interact and where they sort of go against each other. But the gist of it is basically the same as the Stockholm Declaration and the Brundtland report. Let's have some economic growth and solve the environmental problems, because then we can help humans. It is true anthropocentric. I've read through all the subpoints and the comments to the subpoints and the comments to the comments to the subpoints. There is nothing about taking care of this planet or any of its inhabitants besides humans that isn't, in the end, reason that we should do this to protect humans, right? It's anthropocentric. Yep, sorry. And we had more beautiful words in 2015. There was a brief moment there where at least I had an idea that the adults had come. We had woken up. Somebody would take the problem. It didn't last long, but there was this sort of, it was like when Obama was selected. I also had sort of a couple of days where I was pretty positive. But what has come out of this conference is, again, words, 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 and no action. We are basically stuck in a new liberalistic, capitalistic, globalized culture that works under this motto. We buy shit we don't need with money we don't have to impress people we don't like. And if you are unhappy, buy more stuff. This is Western culture. And then we talk and talk and talk to continue this culture. But basically we're stuck in what is called ecological modernization. What we have, the crisis of nature we face, is an unfortunate side effect of an otherwise unproblematic civilization, which can be righted by technological innovation, right? So buy more stuff and plant a tree. I went through 3 airports yesterday: Copenhagen, Stockholm, Umeå. I've never been in such environmentally friendly places, if I could believe the posters on the wall. Which is amazing, right? But we have become experts in lying to ourselves. This report came out a couple of days ago. Just another example. It was commissioned by Greenpeace, but done independently by researchers from Harvard University. And it basically demonstrates how the fossil fuel industry is greenwashing itself. You can find it yourself online, very interesting reading. But what it is just one example out of many of how we are greenwashing an unsustainable culture. And we keep doing it, and we keep pretending we believe it, because it allows us, to some extent, to do what we did yesterday again tomorrow. So the Anthropocene has turned into this. And it's amazing to be in the country of Pippi Longstocking, who is not only a superhero, but also a super philosopher, and who is an ethicist, who very much along the lines of K.I. Løgstrup, the Danish theologian, has said that she who is very strong should also be very kind. And the Anthropocene means that we are the ones that are very strong, and this is how kindness is incarnated by us. So, where to go? Well, we ask questions, right? Like this conference, right? What do we do with this stuff? So we meet and we talk about ethics. And so far, ethics has delivered very little. I mean, do we really need to answer a question like, is it wrong to live a life of affluence if it hurts people who have almost nothing? I mean, do we really need to spend time answering that question? Isn't the answer obvious? Nonetheless, ethics has spent 50 years telling us, yes, it's wrong. We have gone, oh, okay, and then we've continued like yesterday. By problematizing things, and I really liked the talk yesterday by the bioethicist from Grenada, McPherson, is that right? But I was stunned by her answer when I asked her about if basically should bioethicists become climate activists, right, and join Extinction Rebellion and glue ourselves to airports. And her question was, ooh, I think we talk too much about individuals, and what about corporate responsibility? And I was sort of like, yes, but we can't continue this. No, it's not me, it's corporate responsibility, because the corporate organizations, they're doing one thing right now, and they're saying, oh, but consumers can just behave responsibly and be sustainable, and we'll do what they do. We're just passing along the buck right now, right? Instead of saying both parties need to do action, right? How many in this room eat animal products? Sorry to ask. If you find it a very personal question, don't answer. But if you feel so, I can share that with the universe. Do you eat animal products? Yes. That is the single easiest thing where you can have a personal impact on the situation, right? Because it doesn't require you to stop transporting yourself around the globe. If you live in a country like Sweden or Norway or even Iceland or the Faroe Islands or Denmark, it is very easy to obtain a healthy, full human diet that doesn't consist of animal products, right? And we do know that that is the easiest thing you as an individual can do to mitigate climate change. And we are not doing it. Not even in a room full of people who have come to an ethics conference, right? Okay, but this is a conference on health, and I thought I would look into mental health risk. Obviously, there are both physical and mental health risk, but mental health risk for younger generations, you that work in universities and teach stuff like this, I guess you have the same experience as me. You meet a lot of young people who are extremely worried, and some of them even become depressed, right? So what do we do with the desperation of the young generation, with the Greta Thunbergs of this world? Well, we can ignore them or just yell at them, which is sort of obviously a preferable way of doing it. Or we can lie to them and tell them, well, there is a monster under the bed. You're right, climate change is real, but it's not a real monster. It's just a dust bunny. It's a dammråtta, as I learned in Swedish, right? And the grown-ups are in control, which is obviously a lie if you look at what we know and what we have done, right? Or we can try to find ways to find hope in what is a hopeless situation. And that's where my work is right now. And I think a way forward could be a shift in how we view nature. Because that's a chance that we can move the motivation of climate change from what we see as a sacrifice of our wonderful lives, that we have to sacrifice and live in cages and eat chickpeas all the time, which is a sacrifice, but morally we ought to bear it. We can agree on that. But most of us have spine like cocoa milk, so we don't do it, right? But perhaps we could change what is seen as a sacrifice into an opportunity that people would actually like to try. And that would mean that we would be taking care of what we can call a more than human community, with the words of David Abram. Hursthouse, New Zealand philosopher, says, perhaps when we think about all this, we shouldn't begin with abstract thoughts, right? We shouldn't begin asking the typical theoretical, ethical question from above, which principle should I apply to the universe? Maximization of welfare, right? What duties can we universalize? Perhaps we should, as David Abram says, an American ecologist and philosopher, begin with our experience of being beings in the world. Perhaps, as Arne Næss suggested, we should develop an understanding of ourselves as ecological selves and not just individual selves. And all that, from my point of view, leads from the anthropocentric view of Western culture into a much more ecocentric view of the role of humans. One problem here is, because I work at a Department of Food and Resource Economics, So there's a lot of people with economic background hired there, and they always go, when I talk about this, because they say, very beautiful, Miki, very naive, because we are rational, selfish beings. That's their anthropology, right? We are rational, selfish beings. And this ecocentrism might be beautiful, but extremely naive, right? And I have to admit that the empirical evidence point in that direction, because environmental policy since the Stockholm Declaration in 1970 points to that, right? We have come up with ecological modernization, which is basically saying we will only act on all this when it's beneficial for the economic system, right? And humans are all that matters. But is it true? Is the anthropology of economy correct, right? Are we rational, selfish beings? Or is that who we have become because that's the stories we have told? And when I turn to Aristotle, one of my philosophical heroes and virtue ethics, I actually see another picture of humans that says we can become rational, selfish beings, but we can become something different as well, if that is who we strive to become. Or as Kurt Vonnegut, American writer, said it, we are what we pretend to be, so we must be careful what we pretend to be. So what should we pretend to be? And here I turn to Walt Whitman and recently Bob Dylan, and pretend to be a multitude. Because being a part of sort of being in general that is special, because we are special, because we have rationality, right? We can understand to some extent the consequences of our actions, and we have free will. To some extent, we can decide whether we want to do something or not, right? But that doesn't make us less being part of the greater whole, right? So before there is this I in front of you, about 2 meters tall, 100 kilo, I stop here where my flesh ends, there's a distance, then you begin over there. There's an us, and I can demonstrate this us very easily because you can just take a deep breath right now. And even if you didn't because you felt nervous, what will happen? Are we going to do yoga or something, right? You have to breathe today while you're here, right? And when you breathe, something that was just inside of me will go inside of you. Right? This is how close we are with each other and with the rest of the universe. So I am not only me, I am also rock, water, tree, and animal. And it's from that vantage point I have to answer what my role is in sustaining us. This shift in self-understanding, from my point of view, would lead to a shift in understanding of the good life as being a life where I take care for the planet. I will be in a love affair with the biosphere. I have agreed this with my wife already. And it will move my motivation for doing something from duty, which obviously don't work, into inclination, right? I want to be in a love affair. And living entangled in a modern human community and caring for this community, from my vantage point, leads to a good life, no matter what happens long term, because I can worry about 2160 as well. And I can worry about tomorrow and the future of my children, but I live today. And I actually think that hope is not something that we should put into the future. Right? I think hope is that we can live lives today that are meaningful, and then we can see how far we can come. So finding out that we are not only humans, but part of this biosphere in this way, my hope is that this will help us, the unbearably privileged, to act on our knowledge and align our actions with our words to some extent. It will help us maintain our sanity while witnessing an ecocide, and perhaps even live a meaningful life with glimpses of joy in it. And that is, as far as I know, all one can ask for. And yes, I know that this is rather bleak, and I could have spoken hopefully about technological solutions, but I'm not a scientist. I'm a theologian, a philosopher, and this is what happens when you do philosophy. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Actually, you didn't use up all of your time.
Oh.
So maybe we will take the opportunity. We have about 5 minutes until the scheduled coffee break. So we have a chance for a couple of questions from the audience. Yeah, already I see 2 hands up. They were absolutely simultaneous. So, yeah, okay. So I will go by you first.
Thank you for your talk. I think very inspiring. I think because I share all of your opinions and values, but I'm usually met with sort of a very practical maybe argument that if you care about your social situation, if you don't have food, or if you have a troublesome childhood and you have problems, relational problems and things that occupy your mind, caring about nature is the last thing you'll do. I don't think the opposite, but some people do. What's your thought about that?
Well, obviously there are people in this world who are so stressed on their physical needs, right? So what's on their mind is the next meal, the next place to sleep. And we can't expect them to begin building deeper relationships with nature, right? But that doesn't mean we don't have to do it, right? It's like, it's not so that, oh, there's a problem in the universe, then we can't do anything, right? That's just a call for us to help them get out of that situation and enable to be in this situation where we are, where we can do it. The other thing about having troubles in your relationships, I've been married a couple of times. It's not so that when I'm in trouble in my marriage, I can't sort of take care of my friends. And especially my friends can take care of me, right? So being in a relationship with nature is not sort of, oh, but you can do that in your spare time when everything else is fixed, right? Nature is a place to go when my wife is mad at me, right? It's a place to find comfort. Right? And eventually I have to go home, I know, because I live in Denmark, it's too wet to be in the forest all the time. But it's not sort of mutually excluding, right? And actually, I think that one of the places to be and to find comfort in a situation where I very often feel so hopeless that I just lie under a table in a fetal position, right? It is to go into the woods, to the beach. Well, I live in Denmark, so not the mountains, but we have small hills, right? And climb them and find community and comfort, especially comfort in knowing I'm not that important, right? And we're not that important. And find what I usually call the comfort of the geologist, right? That in a million years, everything will be forgotten, right? Planet will carry on, life will carry on, but we are really fucking up for ourselves right now, and the species that share the present moment in time and space with us.
So thank you very much for your very inspiring talk. And I'm coming from the very small village in the southern part of Lapland in Finland. And I have all the time the feeling I'm part of the nature and environment, and so. But the idea or thinking about the meat eating, because my family, we have been hunting all the years. My grandfather were in Russian side hunting bears and mooses and other things, and so that my family members, we have a lot of mooses in nearby, and I think that it's also a very good thing to hunt them, because they are danger for the travelers by the road and everything like that. But we have done that forever, and I think that I have eaten at least not 100 mooses, but and I continue that. And one part of our family, which has been doing generations, is the fishing. And I'm a fishing lady, but my sister, she is a hunting lady. So that we are doing that, I don't feel that bad, because it's, how I could say, it's a balance between the nature and between the things, so that we don't take more. We take only that what we need. And it is legal. We don't do that in a secret way, so that. But that was only a comment in that. Yeah. And I think that is also the issue when you are living or coming from the big cities or different regions or something like that. But it took me at least 10 or 15 years to understand this, that people are going to the forest, but I'm one part of the forest. And that's a different word when I'm using it in Finnish. So thank you very much for your talk.
Yeah. Just to say, if we talk about sort of sustenance hunting and sort of, let's say, cultures living actually closer to nature than the typical Western urban environment and so on, that hunting and fishing there is a very interesting discussion, and I would like to take that, but not now. But from an ecological point of view, it's not a problem, right? What I'm talking about is industrial farming, as 99% of us is what we eat, right? And what is served when we go around, and what is in the cake you ate yesterday out here, and the milk that will be for the coffee and so on. That is animal production, which we could actually stop if we stop eating it, right? And then there's the sort of, where we can say that from an ecological perspective, it can actually be a very good thing. Then we can talk about animal ethics and how you should relate to other sentient beings, but that's another discussion. If we could just start by stopping industrial farming, right? I will be happy to allow you to continue eating moose. And then when we stopped industrial farming, I will come after you and glue myself to a moose. But that's going to take some years to stop industrial farming, so for now we can live in peace.
Well, I think that's a great note to end on. Thank you very much again, Mickey. And now we take a coffee break for half an hour. So there's plenty of opportunity for mingling and conversing. And we will start here again at 10:45. Possibly there's moose, I don't know. Probably not. So see you in half an hour.
So, welcome back for our second session for today. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Carolyn Stevens. And she's an honorary professor of urban and global health at UCL Bartlett Development Planning Unit at UCL in London. She's also a visiting full professor of ecology and global health at the National University of Tucumán in Argentina. And her research has focused principally on links of urban equity, environment and health, and on social and environmental justice for disadvantaged communities internationally. She has also lived and worked in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and has advised international UN agencies, including WHO, UNEP, UNDP, UNICEF, and UN Habitat. And today she will give a talk on dilemmas of coherence, human rights and climate justice in the 21st century.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, Madeline. I'm very pleased to be here, although I also have a disclaimer. I also flew after asking Madeline how I could get here without flying. And my other disclaimer, I guess, is that I don't come to meetings like this anymore because I find them actually quite painful. But actually, I also think that you can't have discussions about ethics without being in the room with people. I also asked the technical staff whether they would include the people we've got online if they want to participate in the discussion. And I guess my other disclaimer is I'm actually from a mining family. And related to what Andri said earlier on, it turns out that I'm one of the first women in my college in Cambridge, first member of my family to go to university, and one of the first state school students to get into my college in Cambridge, which is actually very recent. It's only in the late 1980s. I'm going to explore one of the central questions that NordForsk posed for us, which is what would rethinking rights be in the 21st century? And related to what Mickey said, I guess, although I've traveled most of my life, I went to India when I was 17, I probably am a very good Catholic girl, so I'm going to obey the instructions of NordForsk, and I'm going to be rational for as much as I can. So I'm going to give you a two-part story. I'm not going to cover really the human health and planetary health crisis, although I've spent most of my career as a kind of reluctant scientist documenting inequalities, working on environmental justice. But my original training was in literature and philosophy. And I've been teaching what's called, in a slightly colonial way, development ethics at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine for around 25 years. So I'm going to just run us through what depresses me at the moment, and then pose a question which I'd be interested to discuss with all of you about whether we can actually advance the conceptual breadth of how we think about rights, and then the practice of justice and rights if we incorporate other philosophical, cultural traditions, which is in fact what both the previous speakers have been talking about as well. So I want to start with something that actually chimes very well with what Andri was saying at the very beginning. If you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it was drafted in 1948 by 9 people. The only really non-Western educated person was a playwright from China. And he argued that the declaration should contain more than Western ideas. But then in a compromise, once he had been convinced of universalism, he then insisted, from a perspective of Confucian's ideas, that you should remove all allusions to nature and God. And this comes back to some things that Mickey was saying earlier on about the way that economists relate to us and talk to us about rationality. And this is Eleanor Roosevelt. The other point I want to make about this slide is related to something else that Andri said at the very beginning. I find it absolutely extraordinary that 5 of the 9 people who drafted this declaration were born in the 1880s and 1890s. And all of them grew up with the historical reality of both the First and Second World Wars. None of them were born after that period. So their vision was totally constrained by that period. As we all are, we all live in our own history. Out of that, you get 2 incredibly strong strains of both theory and practice. So these are 2 classic texts, one around theory and practice of human rights and the other around law. And they both come from an incredibly Western orientation, a rational, logical way of thinking about the world. And these are the texts that we use to teach in the London School. And what I've been trying to challenge students to think about is actually, if we think about these as colonial texts, how do we challenge them and move forward in the 21st century? Colonial white male texts, actually, principally as well. Not that I'm any different as a white woman, probably. One of the challenges we have in moving forward, and one of the reasons I always get nervous about talking about this, I don't mind talking about this when I'm not being recorded in my teaching, but it's almost like challenging a biblical or Quranic text to challenge the human rights agreement we have. Because it was considered, although it was just one text, it was considered the first attempt by all humanity to document a morality of the depths, which I find really interesting, going back to the metaphors we were talking about earlier on. But one of the reasons, I'll explain why I find this depressing in a second. But again, this is another American white man. I'm not going to go into this, but one of the things I've written about quite a lot is inequality, as have many people. Amartya Sen is one of those who I admire most. I first started writing about this around 25 years ago. And one of the things that shocks me is when we are talking about inequality in the world, and I know the following speaker is of a philosophical tradition who will possibly challenge what I'm about to say, but it astonishes me that almost half the world's population are still attempting to live on less than $7 a day. And this is the World Bank upping their estimate on basically what's livable. This is personal parity. And then we have this new concept, and I don't know how many of you followed this, but this week Credit Suisse released a new report on what they call global wealth. And they were documenting that the number of this new category, again, coming back to the metaphors that we were talking about earlier, a new term that's entered the language, which is ultra-high net worth individuals. Now, these are people, I thought Mickey was going to talk about the really unbearably privileged. These are people who earn more than 50 million a year. So these are really ultra rich people. I know that a lot of people who work on climate change consider that to be irrelevant to any debate about climate change. But for me, this, and I put this out here for us to discuss perhaps, this actually drives a model of aspiration. So it's not that it's problematic that there's inequality now, it's problematic for the implications it has for the models of aspiration it gives to everyone in the world. So poverty in the context of technological communication and access to information about all these people becomes relative to that wealth. So relative poverty is no longer what my neighbor has, It's what Kim Kardashian has. It's a completely different concept of poverty. Moving on, the other thing that depresses me is one of the things we discussed earlier on, which is if you create an incredibly anthropocentric version of rights, A, we haven't got anywhere near achieving the elimination of the morality of the depths, and B, we have excluded everything else from our concept of rights. So I'm not going to go into this because I want to move on to the more positive aspects of this. This is an eagle in the reserve where I was living in Argentina. She lost her eye, and she can't fly anymore because she can't balance. My colleagues in the park kept her alive simply because she's very gentle, and they take her around schools to help children to understand what it is to disable an animal like this. What worries me is if we consign everything else on the planet to concepts that my colleagues in WHO believe will change policy, like describing things as ecosystem services, we then force relationships that are completely untenable. So I'm just going to show you one slide about this. I find it extraordinary that WWF, who I worked for many years ago in Liberia, are now using concepts like ecosystem services to try and justify the protection of oceans. Now, you can maybe justify fish because we eat them. It gets a bit more tricky when you're talking about jellyfish, stingrays, sharks. It becomes much more tenuous when you start to justify, as WWF did a few years ago, snow leopards as ecosystem indicators of something. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this, but my colleagues in conservation science have also, and I find this astonishing, started to have debates about the use of a concept that comes from war medicine, which is triage, to apply that to ecosystems and species. Now, triage was a not very nice, but logical way of choosing between soldiers in a situation of extremity. Conceptually and morally, I find it absolutely extraordinary that conservation scientists are so depressed that they would start to debate triage as a concept between species or between ecosystems. And if you're interested, there's a very emotional debate going on amongst scientists. And I guess while we're talking about depressing things, the UK government was extraordinarily proud last year to produce the Dasgupta Review, which is the economics of biodiversity. Now, if you're an economist, you may think that this is the rational way to get humans to think about nature. I get it. I really do get it. But what I was reflecting a lot last night on what Birgitte said yesterday about humans as narcissists. I don't know whether I agree with her, but I certainly don't believe it. I don't know whether rationally I agree with her. But also fundamentally in my life, in my experience, in all the places I've lived and worked, many of which have been very dangerous, I have never experienced narcissists. This I find an extraordinarily narcissist perspective. It may be considered a rational perspective, but it is total hubris for us to think that that perspective will take us out of our situation, in my view. Right, that's the nasty part of the story. Now I want to go on to the happy bit. I want to put some other voices on the table, and they're around procedural justice, which I find quite interesting, decolonizing the debate, and thinking about the rights of nature by incorporating other cultures. So I'm going to cover quite a lot of generalizations very quickly. I just wanted to include William Blake because I adore William Blake. Actually, this ties very much into the last two talks because William Blake argued back in the 1790s, this is his parody of Newton. There's a huge statue of this outside the British Library in London. Newton, for William Blake, who was a poet and a woodcarver, typified science as the tree of death rather than the tree of life, which he called art. And the only reason I have that here is because it's very easy for us to be ahistorical and think that we're inventing this new wonderful world with One Health. But in fact, through history, people have been arguing that we need to be more holistic around the way we think about the world around us. On a happy note, one of the things I think is quite interesting, if you're into practical ways of dealing with things, the Aarhus Convention in 2001 was a victory for environmental NGOs. And this is when you get clever lawyers. You know, lawyers can be, Dante put them at the bottom of hell for a reason, with us, with the medics, of course. But the interesting thing about interesting lawyers is they think about procedural justice. So we were talking yesterday about the rights of people to be involved in research and the necessity of the moral ethic to involve them, which we were talking about last night as well. But actually, the Aarhus Convention would argue that substantive justice for people is not only their right. So this is a bit of an advance on the American concept of environmental justice. But procedural justice is their right. So you can't fight an oil company, for example, as a community, if you don't have information. So this is a very old idea. You were describing your love of Aristotle. Well, information as a form of power was an idea from way before that even. And the idea of participation, people have the right to be involved in environmental decision-making. And I was quite interested last week because Friends of the Earth, if you're interested in this, there is the European Commission still has a website for the Aarhus Convention. It is in force. At the time, the then Secretary General, Kofi Annan, as I said yesterday, thought this was enormously important as environmental democracy. So if you argue, as we were arguing earlier on, that people with less money can be equally enfranchised, then this is a form of enfranchisement. The other thing that's quite interesting, we were discussing this yesterday, and Birgitte said that Sweden hadn't signed up to the ILO Convention about rights of indigenous people. But Sweden has signed up, as have all nations. There are some abstentions, but the only nations that have not signed and ratified the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People are Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the US. Principally because this conceptually is fascinating because it argues that indigenous people have more rights to land than other people, which raises the whole issue of how you define indigeneity, who is indigenous to land, who owns the land fundamentally. The logic of this was that indigenous peoples were taking care of land, and there's quite a lot of evidence to show that in places like Brazil, the areas controlled by indigenous people actually have better biodiversity because they are protected better by the indigenous communities. So there's a logic to this as well. But for me, this is an advance, because this is the least enfranchised people getting rights. It's not hard law, it's soft law, but I won't go into that. Then the other interesting thing that's happening is you can always tell that the UN are threatened when they put out a statement saying everything's all right. So this is the UN talking about universality and cultural rights. And the reason that they are putting out this statement is they're worried that any discussion around cultural diversity and the human rights legislation that we have will change the universalism of rights. So the reason that that's actually important is if you then keep arguing that we have to keep a doctrine that started in the late 1940s as it is, because otherwise we might open the doors to genital mutilation, for example, then you actually close the doors to any conceptual enrichment of that legislation. However, if you take a slightly more decolonizing view, this is an interesting perspective from a philosopher, an African philosopher, who would argue that one of the problems of the rights legislation we have to even ensure the morality of the depths is that we are not talking about duties. So we conceptually have both a very individual claim, but we also have a very individual rights versus individual rights idea, rather than a duties and rights idea. And he would argue that the African language of duty moves us closer to being able to understand how we might be morally responsible for some things, which is what we were talking about slightly yesterday. The only other thing I'll say about this is a young man, I was thinking about this last night, this is a young man in Liberia who must be a grandfather if he's still alive. And the thing beside him says, when the sea is rough, the fish don't mind, which is another concept that comes very much from other cultural perspectives around the importance of respecting nature, I guess. This is a Hindu philosopher, and his critique would be, again, around Christianity and the way in which pre-Christian religions actually considered life as much more important. This is the Celtic tree of life. So if you then come back to the human rights legislation, that was very much written with a Judeo-Christian orientation, taking God out, but nonetheless anthropocentric. And the critique here is that that made nature man's monopoly. If you are interested in, if you like, decolonizing the debate a bit, this is a very interesting anthology called called A Critical Moral Imperialism Anthology. Now that's around the idea that if we are to advance conceptually, this is what we were talking about earlier on in terms of paradigm shifts, I guess, and in terms of my personal coherence, I am trying to make that more real, but in terms of paradigm shifts, I think it's actually quite important that we have practical ways of shifting paradigms as well. And one of them potentially is what in very interesting language, Boaventura de Sousa Santos describes as diatopical hermeneutics. Now that sounds very fancy, but what he really means is no one culture can understand the whole. So science can't, we were talking about this yesterday, science can't understand the whole, one culture can't understand the whole, one language cannot. if you actually have an equal discussion that's reciprocal between cultures or debates, you actually move to what he would describe as diatopical hermeneutics, which you might not find interesting, but we've been trying this with our students over the last couple of years because they come from all over the world. And they find this quite interesting, but it's actually extraordinarily challenging to see how you would practically put this into practice. But I guess Joanne was talking about this a little bit in terms of shifting conceptual understanding when you actually engage with people with experiential knowledge rather than learned knowledge. And the fact that you actually move a little bit closer to knowledge as emancipation with an approach that opens you up a bit. Now, this all may sound very airy-fairy, but one of the things I want to practically say is I think it's a major advance that UNDP and their very fancy scientists and statisticians are going to start to work up a new formula to discuss where human development's going. So they effectively want to move from money, health, life expectancy, education, and actually put a measure of the impact of a society on their environment and their sustainability to every country. So hopefully America will come out worse, closely followed by Australia and the UK. But actually that will be really interesting because that's the first time, practically, that any UN statistical analysis of what's going on in the world in terms of development would have actually put into play a measure of our impact on other creatures. I'm going to finish with a couple of slides, just to say that at the same time as we're having this workshop, UNESCO is funding a workshop on multiculturalism, again focused on the environment, in Thailand, just at the same moment that we're talking about this, which is, for me, very interesting. These are people who I was in a meeting with in Bangalore a couple of years ago. And they're actually bringing back onto the table cultural diversity and religion, which has been in the black box for a few centuries. I'm not going to focus on this, actually, but when I showed my students this, they said very much what you said. This is a study from Southampton, where they basically identified 6 practical things that the globally privileged could do, which included the plant-based diet, but also included things that my students found themselves impossible to sign up to. Buying no more than 3 new items of clothing, keeping electrical products for at least 7 years, taking no more than 1 short-haul flight every 3 years, getting rid of your personal motor vehicle, and making at least 1 shift to nudge the system, like moving to green energy, insulating your home, or changing pension supplier. I'm not going to go into that. My students were completely committed to changing their lives until they saw this list. I'm going to finish again with something from India. I don't know how many people are familiar with Jainism, which is a branch of Hinduism, which comes from 2,500 years ago. I'm very interested in Jainism because it's not only a culture which believes that every living thing has a soul, but it's also a religious kind of philosophical tradition which believes that our understanding of reality is only ever partial, either geographically, culturally, or even linguistically. There are things that we can understand, but that we cannot put into words, which I also find fascinating, because if you're into technical understanding, we know from epidemiological evidence that without any form of articulation or language or pills or anything, the prognosis of people in hospital who have access to nature when they're recovering, their prognosis is much better. And that's beyond anything that you could articulate with language, potentially. And the blind man and the elephant simply articulates that idea. And I guess I want to finish with that, because we have been in a period of history that has been both violent and colonial, and probably we'll always do that. But at the moment, we have caught ourselves in a trap of believing that we will get out of this with a set of solutions that come only from one vision and one philosophical transition and one historical moment. And I'm going to stop there, because I think I've gone over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who will be Professor John Broome. I think many of you may already know him very well. He's an emeritus white professor of moral philosophy at the University of Oxford. He's also honorary professor at the Australian National University. And he's one of two philosophers who was involved in writing the ICCP Fifth Assessment Report. And he's also been author of Climate Matters, a book on climate change. And he's recently been writing against denialism, published in The Monist. So with that, I give the word over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry not to be in Umeå, which I'm sure must be extremely beautiful at this time of year, but that couldn't be helped. I'm just going to start my presentation. You'll see the title is not the one that's advertised. That's because I thought that rather than talking about ethical analysis and its connection with climate change, I would do better actually to do some ethical analysis. I thought you might be more pleased about that. So I'm going to talk about one of the objectives of public health. Public health is concerned with the best use of using the resources that we've got in order to promote health. That means it's concerned with setting priorities among alternative uses for our resources. And it's the setting of priorities I'm going to talk about. One way of promoting health is to limit climate change. And that way of doing it needs to be given its proper place in the scale of priorities we have for all the other things that need doing. So in order to put it correctly in the scale, we're going to have to make a judgment about the benefits of controlling climate change, the costs of doing so, and compare those with other things that we might do with our resources. I'm going to start with the benefits. I'll come to costs later. Climate change is caused by emissions of greenhouse gas, particularly carbon dioxide. So I'm going to start by talking about the amount of benefit that can be achieved by reducing our emissions by 1 ton of carbon dioxide. So this is going to be the benefit per ton. And that's something that economists are already used to thinking about. the benefit per ton of reducing emissions. They call this the social cost of carbon. It's the harm done by emitting 1 ton of carbon dioxide. So conversely, the benefits achieved by not emitting 1 ton or by extracting 1 ton from the atmosphere. And economists measure this, but because they're economists, they do it in particular ways that are not ideal. For one thing, they measure benefits in terms of money, just because that's what economists do. But more seriously, in order to do that, to measure them in terms of any single quantity, they have to collapse all the various good things that controlling climate change does down into one scale. And that involves doing quite some violence to our values, and it requires various dubious assumptions and dubious methods. Particularly over one of the benefits, which is the saving, or to put it another way, the extending of people's lives. Economists' ways of putting this into their figures are definitely dubious. To take a simple example, they take the lives of people who live later in history to be less valuable than the lives of people who live earlier. This is called discounting. And typically, not all economists, but many economists count later lives less than earlier lives. It's also true that their methods of valuation can't encompass quite a number of important values that are affected by climate change. For instance, they can't take account properly of the suffering of animals, and they can't take account of any value that nature in itself has. For example, the value of the loss of the natural species that are destroyed by climate change. So there's a lot left out. So any figure that economists come up with, the social cost of carbon, needs to be treated with caution. We could say that it understates the benefit of reducing emissions just because a great deal is left out. But I'm going to mention the figure just because it gives us some idea about the scale of the harm that's done by climate change. It's hard to mention just one figure because economists disagree about what the social cost of carbon is, but there is a sort of consensus around the figure of $50 or $60 per ton of carbon dioxide. So that means an emission of 1 ton is thought to do about $50 or $60 worth of harm around the world in all the various different ways that it does harm. To give you an idea of what this amounts to, you might like to know that an average Swede emits 4.5 tons per year. That's actually a very low figure amongst Western countries. So that gives us that the average Swede does about $270 worth of harm through her emissions per year, and about $20,000 in an average Swedish lifetime. So that gives you an idea of the scale of harm that each of us does as economists would measure it. It does include in the figure, or at least it should include, the harm that's done by shortening people's lives around the world. We've had a lot of explanation of why people's lives are shortened through health, and there are also direct effects caused by climate disasters and so on. So climate change shortens people's lives, and that is what I am now going to concentrate on. Because the economist methods of setting a value on this harm are so poor, and because we in this meeting are interested in public health in particular, I'm going to set aside monetary values, and I'm going to focus on just this one harm of shortening lives. So we can once more look at this per ton of emissions of carbon dioxide. So I'm going to make an attempt to give you some figure for how much harm we do by emissions. This is not this is an important part of the harm done by climate change. There's some reason to think that the shortening of lives is actually the biggest harm that climate change does. So it's well worth putting a special focus on that. So in the Economist's $60 figure, if they've done it right, the loss of life should be a big part of that figure. I've been able to make a calculation of the harm that we as that we do, each of us, by emitting carbon dioxide, by using the work of a team of economists who used an enormous amount of computing power, very sophisticated methods, and extraordinarily detailed data to produce some figures for what they call the mortality costs of climate change. I've given you the reference to that study there. If you want, I'll email me and I'll tell you about it. Unfortunately, they reported their results in terms of money because they are economists after all. So they valued quantities of life in monetary terms, and I've already said that the way of doing that is sort of dubious. So I have extracted from these figures that they produce using very, very crude methods. I've worked out on the basis of the figures they produced, what are the actual effects on the length of people's lives hidden underneath them. I'm sorry to say, I don't think the authors are particularly impressed by the way that I've done this. It is very crude, but since they didn't do it themselves, I really don't see I've got any choice. So I'll give you the figures that I've reverse engineered from their work for what they're worth. Before I do that, I need to explain one thing though. Basic data for this study are local death rates graphed against local temperatures. They have data of this sort for thousands of different regions of the world. And each of them can be put in a graph, and the shape of the graph is roughly this. It's U-shaped. It shows that there's a temperature at which the death rate in the particular region is at a minimum. And if the temperature gets much below that or gets much above it, then the death rate goes up. The minimum is generally about the average temperature in the region. So this is because people are adapted to the place where they live, and they tend to die if the temperature deviates from what they're used to in either heat waves or cold waves. That's the explanation of this graph. But it does mean that if we're trying to work out the harm done by climate change, it's going to depend a lot on how much we do to control climate change. If climate change is going to be very bad, if there's going to be a serious climate change, then extra emissions do much more harm because the extra emissions are taking place where temperatures are already high and the death rate is much more affected by temperatures in that region. On the other hand, if we have climate change reasonably under control, the harm done by each extra ton is going to be less bad. And that means I'm going to give you two different figures for the amount of harm done by emissions. These were dictated for me by the study that I just reported on. They come from two different representative concentration pathways, which the IPCC presented in its 2014 report. These are two different scenarios, you might say, for how the world might respond to climate change. One called RCP 8.5 is a very pessimistic scenario. It's chosen to represent business as usual. If the world does really nothing much about climate change at all, we're going to do better than that. Although we're not responding to climate change in anything like the degree we should, we are doing something about it. RCP 4.5, which is the other one I'm going to be talking about, is more optimistic, and we might possibly manage to achieve that. So of the numbers I'm going to give, the ones related to RCP 4.5 are the ones that are more immediately relevant. So here are the figures that I get out. So in RCP 8.5, the pessimistic one, 1 ton of emissions of carbon dioxide shortens life as a whole by 44 hours. And that means that a typical Swedish lifetime shortens lives around the world by about 1.8 years. In RCP 4.5, it's 4 hours per ton and just 2 months for a typical Swedish lifetime emissions. Generally, your emissions of carbon dioxide are not going to shorten any particular person's life by these amounts. Generally, what they're going to do is spread around the world and shorten lives shorten a lot of people's lives all over the world. You might easily actually do more than this. You might shorten lives by much more than this. For example, your emissions might tip the balance that creates a national disaster, in which case you might actually kill quite a number of people by your emissions. But these are the average figures. They could be very far wrong. They could be out, I would think, by a factor of 2 or 3, but I hope they're not out by an order of magnitude, at least. One thing to point out about these figures is that they're not zero. Quite a lot of people have the feeling that their own emissions don't do any harm just because they're so small in relation to the problem. Well, they are small in relation to the problem, but the problem itself is huge. So each of us does this much harm by our emissions, and it's significant. I don't think that anybody would want to shorten any lives by 2 months. That's a significant amount of harm. Now, I want to balance that against the cost of reducing our emissions, and that is surprisingly difficult to come up with. There's a big range of figures offered by economists for this. I've chosen, because it's the one most easily approachable by each of us, a figure of about $10, which is at the high end of the price that's available to us as individuals for offsetting our own emission. You know how offsetting works or is supposed to work. You pay some company to do things which reduce emissions around the world. Sometimes they plant trees, perhaps more reliably. They provide people living in poor countries facilities to live their lives in ways that don't involve so much emissions. For example, by providing efficient cooking stoves to people who live in Africa and India. Well, suppose that is the price, about $10 per ton. We can get that $1 spent on reducing emissions extends life by 4.4 hours in RCP 8.5 and 0.4 of an hour in RCP 4.5. To put this conversely, the cost of extending a lifetime by reducing emissions, a year of life. The cost of extending life by a year by reducing emissions is near enough $2,000 in RCP 8.5 and near enough $22,000 in RCP 4.5. So this gives you an idea of the benefits that can be achieved by spending money on reducing emissions. I thought it worth comparing that with what the UK National Health Service is willing to pay for extending lives. It tells us that it'll pay for medical treatments that cost up to $35 or so, $35,000 or so per QALY. Say, the QALY is a quality adjusted life year. It's not just an ordinary life year, it's rather more valuable than a life year, but you can see that 35,000 is of roughly the same order as the 21,000 that I came up with for RCP 4.5 as the cost of saving life by reducing climate change. Interestingly, the NHS has published a report entitled Delivering a National Health, a Zero Carbon National Health Service, which explains that it's planning to use actually quite a substantial proportion of its resources on reducing its carbon footprint. So the NHS is going to take the resources which have been given to it by the government with the intention of improving health, and it's going to use those to reduce its carbon emissions. It doesn't actually explain why it's planning to do that, but an implication of these figures is that the NHS is setting a value on people's lives around the world that's not far short of the value it sets on UK people's lives, which I think is certainly a very interesting thing to show up. But you should realize this is a very tentative conclusion for the various reasons that I've listed there. The NHS is dealing with QALYs, which are more valuable than lives on average. Reducing carbon emissions brings lots of other benefits besides extending life. That's another thing to bear in mind. And also the overall consideration is these figures that we're dealing with are definitely not very reliable. But it's worth noticing that even if we only think in terms of orders of magnitude, there are much cheaper ways of extending life than reducing carbon dioxide emissions. On the website GiveWell, which is a serious analysis of these things, it tells us that charities can save a life for about £2,500 if they're spent particularly on curing tuberculosis. So if that gives, say, 40 years of life, this tells us that you can save a year of life by this means, contributing to a charity that reduces tuberculosis for about $62.5. Another example, there's a recent commission from the Lancet, which has suggested that malaria could be eradicated at a cost of some tens of billions of dollars. That's a very vague amount. That would save about 500,000 lives per year. And if we count just the first 20 years after eradication, that means it would save 10 million lives for, shall we say, to be on the generous side, $100 billion. And that comes to $10,000 per life saved, which is just $250 per year, which is again much less than the cost of saving lives by reducing carbon emissions. So what should we conclude from that? Well, you might think we should conclude that resources should not be put into reducing emissions, but instead into other means of extending lives. Well, I think it does mean something like that for an individual. If you've got some resources as an individual and you want to put them into saving lives, well, doing it by reducing your emissions is not the best way of doing it. You could do it by insulating your house and in various other ways, but you would do more good to give the money to tuberculosis charities, say. Nevertheless, I think we should reduce our emissions, but that's not on the grounds of the amount of good that we achieve by doing it. It's on the grounds of justice, which is another very important moral consideration. We do harm by our emissions, and we're not morally permitted to do harm to others for our own benefit. So when you do harm by emissions, you are doing an injustice to other people, and we shouldn't do that. So this is an important reason for doing what we can to reduce our emissions, and indeed really reduce them to zero if possible. But what about governments? Well, governments are different from individuals because they can mobilize enormously greater resources than individuals other than Bill Gates can. My calculations have been for what economists call marginal changes, the effect that reducing emissions by one extra ton, the benefit that's achieved by reducing just by 1 ton, so the cost of emissions is the cost of increasing emissions by 1 ton. But governments have to look far beyond what they can achieve by a marginal change, a small change. And climate change is a much, much bigger problem than malaria. Climate change threatens the lives of many more people. Of course, governments should indeed eradicate malaria and treat tuberculosis Those are comparatively cheap things of doing, and obviously they should do those. But as well as that, and whether or not they do that, they should put resources into controlling climate change, because although at the margin these resources do less good, the total resources that they can put into controlling climate change can do much good, more good than the resources they can put into controlling malaria. And I've got a diagram which is going to, which shows that. It's coming up. What it shows is that if you're going to spend relatively small amounts of money, you do more good by eradicating malaria, or attempting to eradicate malaria, and by reducing tuberculosis. But in total, there's much more good to be achieved by controlling climate change. And here's the picture. So this is a graph of the benefit in terms of saving life, the marginal benefit in terms of saving life, against the amount of dollars which are being put into saving life. Don't think of this as a sequential process. As you put more and more in over time, this is what happens. This is not that. This is a counterfactual diagram. It's saying, if you were to put this quantity of dollars into dealing with climate change, what benefit would you get? And it shows that if you were to put some small amount of money into say this amount of money into reducing death, saving people's lives, you get much more benefit by spending it on malaria or on tuberculosis, less by spending it on reducing climate change. But if you're a government and have available dollars of this quantity, and you're going to put them into saving lives, you do much better to put them into climate change. Of course, you would do even better if you first eradicated malaria, but whether or not you do that, you can get a great deal of benefit by putting your money into reducing climate change. And that's my conclusion.
Thank you so much. I think there is still a minute or two for a question. If or we can return. There'll also be a chance for asking more questions at the panel at the end of the after the next session. So coming up, we will have a moderated conversation with stakeholders. It was supposed to be 2 stakeholders, but Merete is unfortunately fallen ill, so she will not be able to participate. But we will have Amanda Björksell, who was appointed by the umbrella organization for Swedish youth organizations in Sweden to be the youth representative to the UN Glasgow meeting, COP26. And Ellen Svensson will be moderating this session, or this conversation with her. So.
Hello. Yes, hi everyone. As Madeleine said, my name is Ellen Svensson, and I study philosophy and bioethics here at Umeå University. Joining us will be Amanda Björksell, who was the Swedish youth representative at COP26, and she has also worked with UNEP and been a part of all the UN negotiations of environment, biological diversity and climate. Sadly, Elle from the Same Council couldn't join, but I think we are going to use this time not only to give Amanda some time to talk about her perspectives on climate change, but also to give you an opportunity to ask her questions. I think so far the conference has been extremely interesting, but it's also a great purpose to share thoughts and questions and experiences. So if you have any questions during this conversation, please raise your hand and we will pass you the mic. Hello, Amanda.
Hey.
Hey. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you. And thank you for the wonderful 2 days. It's been really inspiring to listening to you. I'm homesick, so I cannot be with you in Umeå, but It has been very fruitful to listen to the presentations and the questions. Yes, do you want me to start?
Yeah, please.
Some of my perspectives. I think I can give you some introduction to the perspectives I wish to highlight, and then we can continue the discussion. As said, my name is Amanda Björksell, and I'm here to represent the Swedish youth, or I'm the representative for the Swedish youth in the UN conferences on climate change, environment, and biodiversity. So thereby my role is a bit to represent the broader youth climate movement in Sweden. And from what I can see when I listen to the Swedish youth and the Nordic youth, the global youth, is that we perceive the climate crisis as a question of ethics and as a question of justice. And I will provide you some example of how that is expressed. So firstly, what is highlighted is, of course, that the climate crisis is an intergenerational crisis. So children and youth are the ones who are going to live on this planet, as already mentioned earlier today. But we are also more affected by the current climate crisis. And we have been speaking about health and justice during this conference, and I wish to add on with one perspective and one report. And it is a report from UNICEF. It's called the Children Climate Risk Index, and it's written in collaboration with Fridays for the Future under the lead of Greta Thunberg. And it states that youth and children are more vulnerable to the climate risks. Although we in 1989 were guaranteed by the countries of the world the right to a clean environment, or the children should have the right to a clean environment. But we can see now that many countries are failing this promise. In this report, it states that 1/3 of the children presently living are highly exposed to heat waves. 400 million are highly exposed to cyclones. 920 million are highly exposed to water scarcity. And 600 million children are highly exposed to vector-borne diseases. And that is 1 out of 4 children. And finally, 2 billion children are highly exposed to air pollution. And that is 90% of the children living today. So why do we focus on this climate risk for children, and how come that we can see that children are more vulnerable? It's firstly because children are physically more vulnerable, cannot swim, does not have the strength to actually flee or to cope with natural disaster, for examples. Children are also more physiologically more vulnerable, for example, to toxin substances and pollution. And children have a higher risk of dying due to diseases, for example, vector-borne diseases that we can see are increasing when the temperature is rising. And lastly, children and youth have their whole life in front of them. What's happening to children and youth when they are young will affect them throughout the whole lives. But moreover, we can see that the mental health of children and youth are affected. And this is both because of the changing climate, of course, and the lack of hope for the future, which many can feel, but also the lack of hope due to the lack of political action. We know what is happening. I've heard your presentations. The young people of today in the climate movement are very educated in this, and still we can see that our leaders are not acting according to the science. And that frustration is also creating climate anxiety for many young people. So it is combination of exposure to climate and environmental stress and child vulnerability, also lack of education, in combination with the effects on the mental health that makes the climate change and the environmental degradation especially dangerous for children and youth. And if we look at these shocks, almost every child in the world are exposed to one major climate and environmental hazard. And 1/3 of all children are exposed to at least 4 of them. And when you're exposed to one of the shocks, maybe it's air pollution, which we can also see in Sweden, you can cope with it. But when you have 4, it gets more difficult. So this is a perspective of how the climate crisis is an ethical crisis for young people. But I think it's also important to see that young people and the youth movement should not be seen as victims, but agents of change. It has been the youth movement that has been pushing for the climate to actually enter the political agenda the last years. And we can see that from, for example, what has been done under the umbrella of Fridays for Future. So youth are actually acting and are agents of change. And that leads to my second perspective, and it's of the global justice and climate justice, which we have also mentioned during especially this morning's sessions. And why I wish to highlight this is because this is the most important topic for the young climate movement of today, both in Sweden, within the Nordic countries, and globally. Because for youth, it's more and more clear that the climate crisis is a crisis of justice between the global north and the global south. And moreover, that the climate crisis must be seen through an intersectional lens, also in Sweden. Because what we have seen the last years is that the young climate movement is looking at climate justice on a national level, highlighting, for example, the conditions for young Sami people, and how racism and the climate crisis is interlinked. So the climate crisis is, for the youth movement, really a crisis of justice. And to sum up and to open for also the discussion, I think that, and I wish to add on what was said this morning, is what I can see within a young climate movement is the need of a new story. Like we search for a new story, a new way of perceiving nature, and mostly the human role within the ecosystems. We can see that young people are mobilizing for the rights of nature. For Ecocide, we can see that young people of faith are mobilizing and using their religion as an incentive to act for climate justice. And for me, that is sums up to a need for a new way of speaking about nature and the climate that is more when human beings are more interlinked with nature, and when we don't perceive as something we can use for our own goods. And this is something that's really visible within the climate youth movement, and that also adds on to this ethical perspective on climate change. It's not about the numbers anymore. It's about how we perceive us as human beings and in relation with nature.
Thank you very much. I think it's interesting what you say at the end, that it's also about a lifestyle change, if I understand you correctly. Not just talking about numbers, but about how we see nature and how we live with nature. Do you think that is something that is kind of hard to integrate in the work, or that is hard to communicate? Do you feel like there's a generational discrepancy in between, like the youth or the adults at the conferences when it comes to lifestyle changes?
Yes, of course. I think that many youth are more eager to, for example, stop eating meat, becoming vegetarians, to make more radical choices, maybe. But I can see that there is a lack of a view of nature, which is visible, of course, in many generations, but is highlighted by the young people. So not only talking about, okay, how can I consume in another way? How can I travel in another way? But how can I perceive what I am consuming in another way? How can I see myself as part of nature and not a consumer?
Why do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why do you think that there is this generational difference?
I think that many young people already, when we are children now, we start learning about climate change and environmental degradation in school. So we are we have to be exposed to this knowledge from our early years, and that is a different just when I was younger, when I was 10 or 11 years in school, we did not speak so much about this topic, but we do now. So the young people are today are really, they have this knowledge. They know that we are living in a way that is not sustainable. But and then of course many young people want to act to see a difference. Many people are also feeling climate anxiety because nothing is happening. And then lifestyle choices can be also more easy accessible for young people. If you are, for example, not able to vote, when you maybe don't have like a position of power within the society, what you eat and how you travel and how your family are living and traveling might be easier to change.
Yeah. And was that something that was discussed on the UN meetings that you went to? Also this approach of lifestyle, of what individuals can do?
Yes, of course. But I think there's also a balance. I think that when we are on these international conferences and when we talk with the governments and the people in power in every country, I think it's also very important to talk about what we can do on a more on a higher level or a more systematic level to show, because I think that if not only the very like climate, the ones who are really engaged in this topic should change their way of living, then we need incentives from our governments. So during these meetings, of course, we had to focus on providing these incentives from the governments. But what I can see during the last COP, for example, is that we talk more and more about the climate crisis as an existential crisis. And we can see these notions of ecocide, for example, during the Stockholm Plus 50 conference. Ecocide was a very important topic, also for the young people. We can see some countries using rights of nature or buen vivir in their nationally determined contributions or in their argumentation within the global negotiations on climate change. So we can see that there are words entering which tries to provide some other perspective on the human nature relationship. And these are often also used by the youth movement. The youth movement talks about climate justice, about ecocide, about rights of nature. Because, and I think this is my personal opinion, but I think it's because it provides another hope for the future, but also another narrative.
Yeah, do you think that the shift to talking about climate justice and using these different words or these very specific words, does it help change the discussion at these meetings?
That is the challenge, I think. Because what's happening outside the meetings, what's happening on the streets, is not always transferred into the negotiations. What we could see in Glasgow was the largest climate manifestation or climate strike that we have ever seen during this kind of conferences. But it does not always reach into the negotiations because the negotiators are too busy sitting in their meetings, and they do it 24 hours basically a day and night. So there is a challenge in communicating what is demanded by the young people and civil society to the negotiators. So of course we can see that some of these concepts are being used within the negotiations, but the question is how can we see any action coming from this? Because then it is about, for example, the question about the topic of climate justice is often a question of finance and climate finance, and that is difficult. So I think we still lack that transfer to get those words used by the civil society to actually be transferred into actions within the negotiations.
The focus of these lectures have also been health perspective on climate change. Was that something that was discussed at the conference?
I honestly cannot say that I've heard the health perspective being highlighted during the conferences. or when we talk about health, it's more of a question of survival, I think, also from the youth movement. But when we actually look at the numbers and when we see, when we have when we see the effects of climate change, we see that young people are affected, young women are more affected, and young LGBTQI people are also even more affected. So of course we can see that young people are affected, but I think that that discussion is not really taking place in these international meetings.
Yeah, which is strange because, as you were saying, also you see this as also a mental health issue for the young generation. There's climate anxiety, and there's people being worried and affected both physically and mentally. Why do you think that is? That it's not then discussed at these big meetings?
Because it's difficult, because it's not about numbers or mitigation or carbon credits or finance. When we talk about the mental health in relation to the climate change and climate anxiety, that has to do about, I think that we see a lack of action from our leaders. And that is something that is difficult, I think, to actually discuss. We can see that some actors are giving this more and more attention, especially NGOs. We can see that it is a discussion in Sweden, climate anxiety, for example. But I think it's complicated to get those perspectives into the negotiations.
I want to rotate back a little bit because we have touched both today and yesterday, and you spoke as well about the kind of both the individual, the corporate, and the political responsibility for these climate changes and the need to act on them. Do you think that those discussions usually become like an either-or type of situation, or is it something you see as more should it be more integrated into the discussions?
When we ask the young civil society of Sweden, who's responsible for tackling the climate crisis, it's often a mix, or the answers are often a mix of that. It is like the state, the government. It is also the individual, but that is more like a second part of the process, and also the business sector. So we can see that people think that the business sector should take more responsibility, but they also think that the government or the state should set the frames for making this possible. So of course the political level is very important in this topic, but what we can see now in Sweden, for example, is also the business sector actually demanding a higher or more focus on climate and mitigation. So I think it's a difficult question, because many young people who are engaged in these questions are, of course, doing a lot when it comes to lifestyle changes and talking with other people and try to influence. But I think also to see that something is actually happening, you have to advocate and work on a more political level as well.
Yeah. I will ask a last question, and then I will try to pass the word to some of our audience. What two factors do you think would be the most important to keep in mind when trying to approach the climate changes?
What two questions? Oh,
no, maybe like factors. I don't know. Do you think it's more about just reducing emissions? Is it about lifestyle changes? Is it about something else?
I think that if we should look at not like actions, I think that if we are to move further in this discussion, if people should actually understand why they have to change, we have to understand how dependent we are on nature and on the environment. So I think that we need that perspective of who am I in relation to the environment? Is the environment something I visit every weekend? I go out in the forest and try to find some blueberries, or can I perceive myself as part of nature in another way. So I think that is an important issue, and that is also linked to the natural resource management, for example, and the agricultural sector. And so I think that is important, but I also see that we have to pressure the political, we have to pressure our leaders, the ones in power, no matter if it's like politicians or business leaders. And we have to understand that this is not something we can see within a 4 years frame. Our elections in Sweden are every 4 years. That is not enough. We need to use this longer perspective of time to actually tackle this question. And we don't have that system now. So that's also why the youth movement are demanding a change in our whole system, because we can see that the system we have now is not able to actually tackle the crisis we are in.
I would like to ask the audience as well. Do you have any questions for Amanda? Yeah. Är den inte på? Ja. Nu. No. Hello. Oh, sorry.
Hello? Yes. Thank you very much. It was very nice to hear your view. And I'm quite young myself, and I share your view of the situation, and I recognize a lot of my friends and people around me with the same values. And then we just had the election quite recently, and I don't remember the numbers, but I was quite shocked by the number of first-time voters who voted for a party that has a very, very non-ambitious plan for the environment. And I know was what I was voting for, but I thought also, based on what you're telling, that we had a bigger community of young people who wanted something else. And also in the school election, we could see the same tendencies. That party got a very high amount of votes, which has puzzled me for the last week very much. And I'm wondering how can it happen that we have this very active debate on one hand, and then this very non-active actions on the other hand? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I have also been thinking a lot about that topic, and I can see that we have had the problem before, or the problem is not really a problem, but that young people who are really engaged in the climate movement, who really seeks the system change, are not maybe they are not voting at all, because we see that no one is actually doing enough, so then they don't want to vote at all. So that has been an issue. This year we saw more of a mobilization within the young climate movement. We could see articles, and in the debate, for example, they're more active. But I also think that if we look at the results from the elections in schools, for example, and if we also combine that with the fact that climate is one of the most important topics for young people, I think we have to look at this as a failure in communication, I think. Because if you look at it, like almost every party says that they have the best climate politics. Almost every party says that they want to do everything for the climate, and the climate is very important. It's almost only like one party saying that, they are saying that it's important, but someone else has to take the responsibility. So if you look at what they're actually saying, and if you don't look too deep into what they actually want to do and the actions, you could actually perceive that almost all of the parties want to do something good for the environment. And I think that is one of the issues as well, that we just think that, okay, they say they do something good, and I know this is important, then I can vote on them. But that's just like one of the ways to perceive it. We can also see that the young people of today, we live in a time of crisis. We have the climate crisis, we have had the pandemic, now we have the prices on energy, and fuel, gas, for example, are very high. So it's also a very, very challenging time to talk about climate change, because we have so many things to worry about at the moment.
Yeah, thank you.
I had a question as well. At the climate conferences COP26 in Glasgow, and in combination with what you said before about youth and the arguments the youth are trying to tell the decision makers, and maybe sometimes it doesn't follow through all the way to the table. There's a lot about talk from the youth about responsibility to future generations, for example. Even though it's not solemnly, the youth talk about it, also philosophers talk about it, and responsibility in different ways. But how effective, impactful do you think the argument is of responsibility to future generations while at the table? What is your experience?
It depends on who you are talking to. We know that countries are negotiating with very different tactics. So I think it is useful for some, but I think that we need the young people not only sitting on the NGO side demanding things, but we need the young people actually being present during the negotiations. Sweden, for example, have had youth representatives in their delegation since 2015, and we can see many countries adopting this system. And I think that is a way to actually make the youth more present and to be able to use this argument. But I think that we also have to be more. We cannot only say that, okay, we need to include youth and we need projects where youth are included. We have to show which demands we actually have. Not only this is about our future, but okay, if this is about our future, then we need to, for example, if we look at the fossil fuels, if this is about our future, we can not only reduce our use of fossil fuel, we have to stop using fossil fuels. So we have to use that argument, I think, but to have a greater impact, we have to be more specific, I think. And then on some countries it will work, on some countries it will not work. And it also depends on the present state of the countries, I think. Many young people are suffering today, and then it's not about the future, but today, and then you have to use other arguments. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Amanda. Miki Gjerris. Nice to sort of meet you, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. I found very interesting and enlightening, and also echoing in my own echo chamber, which is always nice. Just before this session, we had a session on global values where we had two presentations, one by Carolyn Stevens, who is here, and one by John Broome. And I do know which of them would be most likely to be invited into the negotiations at the summit you're talking about. That would be John Broome, because he translated things into numbers and years and stuff. Carolyn talked philosophy. And I also heard you say that what is important now is actually we talk philosophy, we talk about human relationship with nature, we talk about that which Carolyn said, the things we can't talk about. That's actually what's important. And I have the same feeling, and I had the same feeling for many years. The GMO debate is another instance where we have in the public and at meetings been discussing physical risks by eating GMOs, because that's what's acceptable to discuss, where what's important to discuss is how it changes our understanding of nature, that we rebuild it to serve our purposes. So, and the question comes now, how do we make these negotiations about what's important and not about some sort of techno-fetishist PPM obsession? And is it perhaps a possibility to give up on the negotiations, to simply turn our back to the people negotiating, say, yes, you can sit in your rooms doing that, that's not important, we'll go and change things elsewhere, instead of trying to gain influence, as you're a sort of a part of this, being invited in, the Swedish youth representative at the COP meetings. But are you actually just a part of a large greenwashing of a doomed project? Sorry to ask so bluntly.
That was a good question. It's something I ask myself often. But if I should start with your first question, how do we change this discussion from the numbers to a more philosophical discussion. I think you have to look at who is actually negotiating, which kind of experts do we include in the delegation, because that also reflects which knowledge we will see and which arguments we will see in the negotiations. I think there are some countries, looking at Bolivia, for example, that tries to use another discourse. They talk about nature in another way, but they are kind of alone in doing this. So I think we have to look at who is actually on the table and who are we listening to, actually, also when it comes to the national delegations. Do we talk with our religious leaders, for example? Is our lead negotiators talking to the civil society? Are the negotiators talking to universities and science, also more social science and so on? I think that can also actually affect the negotiations, because the ones who are negotiating now are experts on the numbers and carbon markets. Of course, we will negotiate carbon markets. So I think that is one of the issues. And then looking at the other questions, are the negotiations important? Should we keep doing it? And is it just greenwashing? I think that the negotiations are not doing enough at all. They are always frustration and disappointing, because they cannot respond to our demands. They cannot respond to the actual climate crisis, because the countries are bound to negotiate within the frames set by their politicians. And I think if we perceive the UN climate negotiations as the thing that will save this world and stop the global warming, I think we have to rethink that idea, because I think what's happening outside the negotiations, when the industry, when the business sector is actually starting to act, influenced by the negotiations, or when we can see that the civil society is mobilizing, that is when we can see also action. So I don't think that the negotiations are not necessary. I think that maybe we don't need to fly so many people to one place 2 times a year to negotiate. But I still think that they can set the frames and push the least ambitious countries. But I think that we have to, maybe we should not expect that the negotiations will change. They cannot change our current economic system, for example. They cannot change the system we live in. And of course, I think that being a young person in the delegation, of course, it can be seen as youth washing or greenwashing. Media is they tried during COP26 to build up a conflict between the young people in Glasgow sitting at the table and the young people outside in the manifestation and demonstrations. But what I can see is that we want the same thing, and young people have to be everywhere. We cannot afford to lose one of these arenas to highlight our demands, because the COPs are still important and are regarded as important arenas, and then we have to be there. And of course, from my perspective, everything that we do that is actually not in line with science is greenwashing. So that would mean that the negotiations would also be greenwashing. But if we leave that arena to the ones who are not listening to the science, who are not actually caring, then it would be so much worse. So it's a difficult balance, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we're running a little out of time, but we will have a last question from Carolyn before we go to the bigger panel discussion, where Amanda will also participate. So if you have other questions for her, there's time.
I just wanted to thank you, Amanda. I have been to a couple of UN summits for I must have done something very bad in my past. And I find them deeply depressing. And my question is really around power. And in the summit I went to, one of the ideas was bringing all the civil society organizations to the table. And the very, very clever UN organizing committee members thought that would be a good way of shifting the debate, which is a little like Mickey was just asking you around greenwashing. Because one of the things that turned out to happen was co-option. And so my question is, how are you managing, or are you trying to ally yourself to more progressive delegations? For example, in the moment of optimism after the freedom of many colonized countries, there was a group of nation states that were not powerful that allied themselves together to fight the G8. And I'm just wondering whether the youth movement is organizing itself in that kind of way. So, for example, you guys allying yourselves with the arguments coming out of Bolivia, for example.
That's a very good question. I think that the youth movement is organized during these conferences. We have an observers group called Django, which is the youth and children constituency within the UNFCCC. They consist of young people from all continents, from a wide range of countries. So then they, of course, have these perspectives, and they are not collaborating like with some, or they talk to all parties that wants to engage with them, and they try to influence all parties, because the aim is not to highlight any specific country's agenda, but to highlight what is important for youth. So that is a way, but of course, then some of the arguments will align with some countries and parties. And then during the negotiations, of course, when you try to lobby as the youth constituency, of course, you talk to the delegations and the negotiators that you know will try to advocate for the same thing as you. Because the young people, when they are younger, for example, this youth constituency cannot speak during the negotiations or propose any, or rather they cannot propose any text. So then you have to go via a delegation, and that you can do, and then you try to collaborate with the parties that are aligning with what you want, of course. But then my position is as a youth delegate in the Swedish delegation. So I'm a part of the delegation, and I have to represent Sweden, which makes it a bit more difficult for me as a person to collaborate with other delegations, because then it's perceived as Sweden collaborating, not the Swedish youth collaborating. So in a sense, it's a bit more tricky in that position. But when you look organized and how the youth delegates from different countries are, of course, we are of course collaborating, trying to push for questions within our delegations, so we can push for the same agenda in Sweden and Denmark and Mexico, for example. But that is because we collaborate before the negotiations.
Okay, thank you so much, Amanda, and thank you also to our audience for asking questions. You should stay on the same link online, and we will move on to the panel discussion with all of the speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. All the speakers from today and yesterday, so everyone who's taken the podium is invited to take it again. And you can just we can distribute ourselves along these tables. And then up on the screen we will see John Broom and Amanda Björksell. We only see John's name, but there we. Oh, he is there. Do you want to start, Madeline? I can start. I have, I have many questions. So, but we'll have everyone is getting set up with their equipment and everything. Okay. So if we're ready, we are very happy to have the panel set up this way, and now we will have 45 minutes for discussion where Madeleine and I will sort of just try to be the traffic cops and ask some questions ourselves, but then of course the floor is mostly just open to everyone. I am tempted to begin because I thought it was a very interesting contrast just now between two different approaches. And one is to try to talk about climate change and the ethical responsibility by rejecting certain discourses and conceptualizations and even political and geopolitical tools for trying to achieve these things. So I guess, Mickey said this very clearly. Why not just give up on all that and we'll just power to the people in some way? We'll do it in a different way because this is not working. But then we had John Broome, who was sort of saying that, well, as a philosopher who wants to be effective, I will just, talk to the economists on their own terms and sort of see what just follows from their language, even though it's extremely insufficient for our purposes, but that's probably the way to be effective. So I wonder, I'm curious to hear everyone's opinion about the value of these different two approaches. Should we be doing both of them? Is one approach philosophy and the other not philosophy, as was suggested? Or is it something that we should be doing both at the same time? So maybe if I can just begin with John, because you started this. How could you begin by explaining just briefly how you see the value of your approach, sort of why you take this approach? I'm sorry, the sound is not on.
Thank you very much. I seem to be working. Yes, I have learned that if philosophy is to be effective in doing something about climate change, it has to speak to governments. There are a lot of philosophers who've worked on the idea of instilling green virtues, making people behave better, understand the harm that they're doing and respond to that in their individual behavior. But I'm sorry to say, however effective that is, it's not going to be enough to deal with climate change, because climate change is caused by the 8 billion people we have in the world, many of whom are beyond the reach of any considerations of that sort. Climate change can only be dealt with by the institutions that have the power, and those are the governments. Maybe some other big institutions too, for example, the fossil fuel companies. We certainly need to deal with them, but as individuals, I'm afraid, whatever we do is not going to achieve much. Let me say that I very much admire the work that Amanda is doing, because I think that our governments need to be pushed into behaving in the way they should about climate change. And the present formal mechanisms of elections and so on are quite inadequate to do that. So activism of various sorts is necessary in order to get our governments to behave the way they should, but we will not solve climate change unless our governments start behaving differently. And indeed, unless we have cooperation among governments to do this. So to begin with, when I started working on the philosophy of climate change, I did write on individual behavior, how we should respond to climate change. And indeed, I mentioned that in my talk. I talked about the harm that we as individuals do. And I said that it is a duty of justice that we owe to other people not to do those harms. But to get action, to get climate change fixed, we have to think about the ethics of governments as well as the ethics of individuals. So that's the approach that I now take, because I think it's the one that's most likely to be effective.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could I just add one thing? I am pessimistic. I'm sorry to say, you know, I've become quite cynical about this process. I can't say that I'm hopeful that we will succeed in dealing with it, but the only way we have a chance is to get our governments to behave properly.
Thank you very much. Maybe we will, Amanda, if you want to say a few words first, because out of courtesy for those who are not present with us here. Yeah. Then we move to the rest of the panelists.
Of course, I already been
talking about this.
I already highlighted this topic,
right.
But I can also just to add, I don't think that we can afford to not use all ways possible act on this. That's my perspective. But then I think it's difficult also because if we want our politicians to act, we need the pressure from the public. But if our politicians says that that it's cool, that we can handle the climate crisis, we know what we are doing, then the public will not have the incentives to actually push their politicians. So I think to blame the politicians is correct, but we should also in a way blame the public for not being more educated in this topic. If we want the politicians to act, we have to push them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe Mickey, if you want to be next, and then we just take the role here.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. As Ellen and Amanda discussed a bit around the responsibility of society versus the responsibility of individual, and you agreed that you can't sort of say it's either or, it's both. And I hear the same from John Broom now, that it's not a question of individuals or governments, it's both, and you have decided to put your pound of falafels in the ball of governments, and I agree that it's important that we do both, right? That someone is inside trying to tweak the wheels by talking the language that politicians respect, and we have someone standing outside doing the opposite. So we can basically just agree, and everyone can be at peace. But I would like to question that based on something Carolyn said, is that isn't there a fear that we lose something very, very important when we translate what is important into numbers? And you mentioned it yourself, John, in the beginning of your speech, that they couldn't grab everything. But then you said, so they're probably too low. But I would say that they're not there, right? The extinction of the albatross, no matter how many trillions of dollars you put on that, will never be enough, because it's not about numbers. It's a tragedy. The idea of the BNP, is that in English as well? Yes. I mean, I've never met an economist who thinks that BNP shows anything important, right? They realize themselves that this doesn't really show anything about how good we are faring. Nonetheless, we are still using it, right? So as much as I would like us all to come together and just have different roles in the same game, I think we might lose something if we accept talking the language of numbers. Yeah.
Okay. So it's been a very interesting discussion. I really loved your slides with we are the asset managers of nature, because it was kind of echoing what I was trying to criticize, was this total takeover of a regime over our language, like economization of everything, nature services. And once there was a survey done in Iceland to evaluate the the value of Icelandic nature, or basically the highlands of Iceland, which is like 80% of the surface of Iceland. And they found out the value of Iceland. They called people, they used some, it was a Department of Economics, they did it. So the value of the Icelandic highlands was, I think it was like $500 million. And I was like, do you really think you could erase the highlands of Iceland and give us $500 million, and that would be a compensation? Like, it was as much as the value of the local Coca-Cola company. You know, so it was just, and I just started to really dislike the surrender to this rhetoric, and I really felt like I wanted to fight very severely back against those rhetorics, and just go into religion or poetics, or just claim some new spaces. And I feel like when people are listening to indigenous knowledge, that is also the failure of this rhetoric and our longing to find other ways to explain nature. The point of the young people, I talk to a lot of young people, and I feel this climate anxiety, and I try to find hope just for my own survival and my own mental health, and that hope is that Greta Thunberg generation is finally the generation that is born around the time the word ocean acidification was mentioned the first time, and maybe it is the first generation that actually understands it, while I am the generation that does not understand it. And this generation has had young people mobilizing 100,000 of their peers in the streets, talking to science. Nobody of my generation did that. So I think, or I wishfully believe, that this generation will take power quite early, because they have so much activist, and they're also not cursed with the year 2000 as the future, because that's like an imaginary wall on our heads. We still think 2000 is the future, and they don't belong to that curse. So my daughters are paying into pension funds to get their first payments in 2075. You know, so they are deeply connected to this century, so when I talk to the young people, I say, okay, you're not essentially unlucky to be born today. You know, it was difficult to be born in Iceland 1918, like when my grandmother was sent 8 years old to another part. It was difficult to be born in Europe in 1940. It was difficult to be born 18-something. So each generation has had lots of challenges. Now we do have many tools to solve the problem. And it just means that it doesn't matter what you choose in your working life. If you go into fashion, fashion has to be revolutionized. If you go into farming and food, food and farming has to be revolutionized. If you go into technology, we have like 1,000 gigatons of CO2 in the atmosphere, and we need to find a solution to draw it down or do something about it. If you go into any field you go into, there's this paradigm shift. This is the central kind of, if you go into energy, we have to reform all energy. And also this calculation of CO2 versus human lives. There's also the other side of it, that I am not 70% water. I'm probably 90% oil. That is, I would probably not be here if we had not found this excess energy to make our lives this superpower that oil has given us. So can I stop being 90% oil and become 70% wind or something? That is the big challenge of transitioning from so they exist. So we're so ingrained in this system that it's almost impossible to. It's like Siamese twins or something. We're cutting. Our organs are grown into the oil, and just the whole system is so grown together that it's very difficult for us to kind of rip out of this in language, in systems, in politics, in everything. So I don't know where I'm going now. So next.
Okay, I'll try to contribute just a couple of points. I think we need to be inclusive. I don't think that one approach precludes another. I think having listened for a couple of days to all these philosophical presentations, etc., I think definitely the philosophical approach, it has much to offer. However, I would not want to exclude the economic approach either, and the use of metrics. I think it has a lot to offer, and I think that the real world is extremely complex, and being able to boil things down to something abstract that we can actually follow has incredible value. Without some kind of metric that we are following, how are we going to take the pulse on where we are headed and how effective we have been? Otherwise, it just becomes a lot of words. And I think there has been some talk about gross domestic product. It was mentioned by the first speaker. You know, that has been criticized a lot. Yes, there are a lot of imperfections in that measure of what the size of an economy is. On the other hand, if we follow the evolution of that and look at how the United Nations itself is using it in the measure of the Human Development Index, it has changed, and we now have something called the Genuine Progress Indicator, which is a kind of change GDP that takes into consideration the harm that we do to the environment. So by having these metrics, we can also follow how we are changing as a society and how we view the importance of nature. We see that in the metric itself and the definition. So without that, we wouldn't have much. I also wanted to say that I think that just as scientists, in order to realize progress, we need to become better at communicating with policymakers. So a lot of the failures that we have is simply because we are not very good at communicating with each other, that there is a lack of a connection there, and often it is not about just creating more science or better science, but about taking what we know and communicating it better. And I like the idea of, you know, also bringing more attention to just everyday people and hearing the voices of everybody. And we talked about that yesterday, the importance of bringing everybody's perspective into the conversation and having dialogues with people also in the kind of language that they speak, that it's not just about scientific knowledge, but also traditional and indigenous and local knowledge.
So I think that we need all in the same boat. And I think that we need to be in the tables, not the same persons, but the different persons and from the different disciplines or different expertise, to talking and also participating. We need to have a plan, how to go forward, the strategy, how to different steps going forward. And I know that it's frustrating that these official organs, they are so slow. For example, when we have these dioxins and other things which are real toxic chemicals, it took so long time to have the global agreements for those. And we have a lot of many other cases also. And that's why I think that it's different levels, different steps going forward. And I think that when I was calculating how much the broken leg would be in money, I was first thinking, oh gosh, this is not, but of course that is the one word which is important, is how we share our joint money, for example, in the government and national level, on the municipalities and other things. And that's why we need also that kind of language. We have different languages, we need that, and also in a medical treatment and also research, I don't lose anything if I just also calculate in that way and talk in a that kind of tables, what kind of demands there are for the hospital. But I think that one of the important issues which we have not talked at all, this is the COVID-19 pandemic. We have learned a lot of different types of the skills. it is so important to take those good ones to be used in a way so that we can save the energy, but in that way that we don't lose the social connectivity and other things, so that we have the different issues. And now we have the energy. That is a blessing for us, because we need to go back to those things which we really need to do. And I think that is a huge opportunity. I'm working also with the plastics, micro and nanoplastics, and it's much easier to tell people how dangerous the plastics are, because you can see the plastic bags all over. But when you are talking about climate change, it's really difficult to have the concrete actions somehow in a very huge amount of people to understand the points which is going on. But I think that these are the issues we can think about, what we can do. And I definitely think that we all are needed to be together. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I'm only going to say a couple of things, because I'm sure that, well, I don't know, but my head is absolutely spinning with lots of kind of things that I'm thinking. But one thing I wanted to say was related to Nietzsche. Actually, I'll speak in this. I've got this one on. Sorry. I didn't like Nietzsche for a long time because he's very misogynist. But I've come round to his idea of the eternal return. And in terms of what John was saying, a few years ago, a memo was leaked from the World Bank where somebody did a QALY calculation on exporting toxic waste and worked out that it was, in terms of QALYs of people who were productive, much better to export toxic waste to countries where people were poorer because their lives were worth less. And the reaction to that was not, oh, well, that's okay then. The reaction was moral outrage. And that leads me to a second point, which is I have, and this relates to Nietzsche, I have a wonderful, wonderful colleague who teaches on our ethics class. He used to teach, actually. He's retired now. Called Jack Dowie. And he was very good at game theory. He was also an economist. And he used to outrage the students by making them play a game where they calculated the value of people's lives in different scenarios. And the reaction of people, and these are people who've been more or less contaminated by scientific education, so they've been pretty brainwashed. Even given that, and most of them were statisticians and doing health economics, even given that, they reacted morally, which told me something, and they hated Jack. So Jack used to have to come every year and stand up in front of them and say, I'm about to make you play a game, but my wife told me to tell you that I'm a nice person because it really affects me if you don't like me when I go home. That told me that however much you brainwash people with that kind of training, and I'm talking about postgraduate and PhD students, you do not take out of them that ethical reflection. So if we are going to talk about economics, and the School of Tropical Medicine is full of people who do that, I don't talk to them very much, we need to do this in a very clever way. We need to really, really quantify, and the New Economics Foundation is doing this brilliantly, quantify properly the distributional economics of what's going on, which is what we were talking about yesterday, how you actually distributionally calculate that. And I see a role for that, but you need to do it properly. And you don't just say we, because we're not talking about we won't be affected by this. We won't. We might be in a bit, and you can threaten people with it, but we won't. Not in the same way that people in other parts of the world are already being threatened. That's one thing. The other thing I wanted to say is related to what's going on that I'm seeing in education, which is as a completely different field that I kind of teach in, we've just finished a book on globalization and health with political scientists. And one of the things that interests me is the power of the state related to the power of other actors. So if we devote all our energies to how we communicate with people we call leaders or decision makers, we have to realize that the role of the state has diminished immensely, despite the last 2 years watching states playing at God. So then we have to think, well, how do we as educators convey something that allows people to understand that world? And so what I'm really fascinated about is our students have been given free rein in one of the courses I teach on globalization. And last year, the students came with fast fashion and health. Not just climate change, Bitcoin and the proliferation of monetary freedom. And we were really challenged because we didn't know how to actually assess that kind of essay, because people were pushing us as educators way beyond our comfort zones. And that tells me as an educator that we need to paradigm shift as well, because we need to actually allow people the scope to explore stuff and causal relationships that are way beyond what we were thinking before, which is going back to the paradigm shift we were talking about. So enabling people to write essays about the ethics of economics, for example, enabling people to think about that and giving them the space to think about that would be something I would think is progressive as well, because that enables people like Amanda to think, well, actually, what would a paradigm shift mean in a place where the state has very little power, even though I'm voting for a state, in the overall scheme of things? You know, that's rambling, but anyway.
Well, thank you very much, all of you, for your for obliging us by answering this initial question. Really interesting. But now I'm sure you have many questions in the audience to ask either specific speakers or all of them, but preferably specific speakers, I suppose, for the sake of time. Niels.
I'm here because I'm a member of the committee, which is on bioethics. And I know nothing about ethics. I'm a medical doctor trying to keep patients alive. But now we have been here for 2 days, and my impression is that everybody agrees that something should be done. But is that bioethics? I would like if we, as a member of this committee, having been here for 2 days now, I would like you in some way to sharpen down and say, what are the bioethical problems? And of course, there's really a lot of problems. But if one example in my world would be if you want to make better brakes on a car, not to kill people. Of course, that's a problem we have in the hospital. But in my opinion, it's not a bioethical problem. It's a problem with brakes. And there's a huge problem with brakes and a lot of people killed in the traffic. But is it a medical ethical problem? And the same here, is this really a medical ethical problem? Because it has to do with communication, with the way we, with transportation, with our clothes, and so on. So I would really like if you could try to sharpen down on this and say, these are the bioethical problems.
Can I give an example? I mentioned it actually, that the British NHS is deciding to spend some of the money that it's been given for improving health on reducing its carbon emissions. And this will actually be quite a substantial amount of its resources. Now, this ethical question, how much should it do that? What is its responsibility towards reducing climate change throughout the world in comparison with its responsibility of curing British people from diseases? Unfortunately, the document that it produced didn't really explain how it was making that decision, where it got the idea from that it should be doing this. But it should be thinking about that. It should be asking, if we reduce our emissions, is that the best way of using our resources? Or would it be better if emissions were reduced elsewhere rather than in the health service?
Thank you, John. Andri and then Mickey.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not an ethicist, and I think maybe the medical community, that is the discussion of climate change, has been very much biologists and like I was trying to explain, the staggering difference of when medical doctors enforced on us the corona response versus what has happened when biologists tell us the planet is being destroyed due to climate change. So maybe we could discuss this, but doctors as people with literacy to understand much of the biological material, that they have kind of not entered this discussion on any force. It's almost like it's, the IPCC is one thing, and then the medical community is another thing, but then comes this crisis that is kind of, like I said, a paradigm shift, which is another reality that will severely change the challenges of all medicine and doctors in this century. So the question is, does the medical community have the moral obligations to look at this data, translate that into their knowledge, and perhaps participate in what kind of policy we need to have, because they will be then talking about lives of people that they will be dealing with in the next 30, 40, 50 years. I'm not sure. That's, yeah.
I think. Yeah, okay. I like your question. What are we good for? I've been doing what is called applied ethics for 25 years, which is a term I always hated because I have no idea what non-applied ethics is. But it's. I mean, your example, the brakes that doesn't work lead to persons being damaged in the hospital. We all agree, fix the brakes. What's the ethics of this? We need doctors to fix the damages, but what if it isn't that the brakes aren't working? Because actually I think that it's rarely that causes traffic accidents. It's more that we have this combination of wanting to keep people safe and wanting to have an active economy, and we try to outweigh these two with making speed limits that we know will cause some damages, right? And how we balance that is an ethical question, right? So that's where ethics come in, but basically I think your frustration, I hear that. I teach science students ethics, right? They're so frustrated because they want to know, is this right or wrong, right? They want a hammer, they want solutions to problem, and obviously we all agree, climate change is wrong because living an affluent life that causes immense damage to the planet and other people is wrong. Yes, so the question is what to do, but that's not a technical issue, that's also an ethical issue. How should we solve the crisis within the food sector that you mentioned, right? Should we change our diets, or should we use GMO to make CO2 emission-free cows by biotechnology? That's an ethical issue. So you can't escape that values enter all choices in this discussion. And the easy part of it is discussing whether climate change caused by humans is wrong or not. I mean, we don't have to have conferences to decide that. It's how to react to that it's wrong that demands ethical conferences.
But it's more that we have three letters, bio. We're sure it's ethical, but is it bioethical?
Yes, bio means life. So anything that's connected to life is relevant for bioethics, and climate change is, to a very large degree, something that damages life in all its shapes.
Yeah, Joachim Rocklov made that very clear in his first, the connections with life and health and so on. Carolyn was next. We have lots of, so Carolyn, then Arya, and then Ellen, I think, if I have it right.
No, I'd be interested to know what everyone else in the room thinks, because actually it depends, for me, how you define bioethics. And I've been teaching medics in an ethics course, and we decided, medics tend to be like mechanics, so it's very interesting you use that term, particularly Western medics, because allopathic medicine is entirely mechanical, really. It's not like Ayurveda or Unani medicine, which deals with the spirit as well. That's to provoke you, actually. So I don't actually know how schools of medicine work here, but the way our students like to think about it is around the nitty-gritty of a doctor's relationship with the patient, which is roughly what Cheryl was talking about yesterday, and moving that from an individual ethic through to a community ethic, through to a world ethic. And in the world ethic, we discuss how people can get their heads around their responsibility as individuals, but also as professionals to other people on the planet, if you like, and other beings on the planet. And the students want that. So I think that's refreshing, that even though, as I said earlier, they've been brainwashed into a certain trend in their understanding of the world, a lot of medics, who are mostly clever people, they're very good at numbers and stuff, they want to be challenged to think about these things and how they can contribute to it. And on a really cynical note, if you are just this is really cynical actually, if you're just publishing in a philosophy paper, they have impact factors of 0. If you get Richard Horton, who's the editor of The Lancet, interested in thinking about these issues, you reach many more people, and people's careers are advantaged. If you get it into Nature, as Joaquin was pointing out yesterday, you reach many more people. So in a sense, if you've got students wanting it, if you've got the medical community wanting it, you've got another voice that adds to that set of voices. And it's quite a powerful voice, which is, again, why Dante put them in the 7th level of hell with the lawyers.
Thank you, Carolyn. I just noticed that it's 1 o'clock already, but I have promised Arya and then Ellen to say just a few words, and then we'll have to close it.
So about the bioethics, I think that when I have been thinking about this, many disciplines together, how to work, and we health people, we have more restrictions so that we cannot ask the same questions like people from economy or some other fields from the individuals. And I think that now when we are starting a PhD courses concerning the transdisciplinary ethics, and I think that we should also include technology and other things in this big picture, because perhaps people are thinking that bioethics is too restrictive, so that there's leaving something out. In my mind, not, but perhaps the term is a little bit, how I could say, people don't get the point. I think that talking about transdisciplinary ethics or something like that, it's much more inclusive than bioethics. But that is only my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed your question, because I think it is worth to think about what really is bioethical, or what is bioethics in respect to this conference or into all these talks. And I think the way I see it, we have brought up many speakers. We have talked about many different values: the value of health, the value of nature, the value of a thriving economy. For example, Andri brought up the idea of, you could put a price on the lands of Iceland. The problem is that, we're dealing with incomparable values, in a sense. You cannot put a price on Iceland. You cannot weigh all the time the value of health against the value of, climate justice. And I think that this is where the ethical part of it comes in. Bio, as I see it, is more the fact that we're discussing something that is biological. We're discussing health and climate. The ethical discussion comes in of how should we weigh these different values against each other. When you speak about incomparable values, sometimes you deal with uncertainty. I think that the problem here is that it's not so uncertain. We know that the climate is changing, and we know that these effects are coming. Usually in ethics you say that the rightness or wrongness of something is judged by future generations. And you know, when we judge our ancestors and we speak about slavery, for example, or something else that now is considered wrong, you can hear people saying, oh, but you know, they didn't know better. I think the problem now is like we do know better. We have the knowledge. We know that this is happening. So it puts an even heavier responsibility of weighing these different values against each other. And I think that's where ethics really comes in. What principles should we use then?
Okay, now I'll give the microphone to the chair of our committee, Madeleine Haley.
Well, I'd just like to thank all of our speakers today and everyone that was here yesterday that's not with us now, and thank everyone who's been participating very actively, and to our technical staff that has been doing all the live sending, and to all the audience that's been watching online that can't be with us here in the room. So thank you, everyone, and I think we can all share in a round of applause for all our speakers. And with that, I close this conference and hope that we'll see a brighter future.